Morena, Taiao Manuia, Yadra Vinaka, Halo Tumas, Whakalofalai atu kia matolo osi, Taloha ni, Malo ni, Aloha kako pumehana, Kia orana koto katotoa, Kamni Beni Maori, and warm Pacific greetings of Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, the greatest ocean mass in the world. It is an honor and privilege to be with you all to here, to start Pasifika Fusion's speech competition for 2024. My name is Xavier Moal Breed. I'm very honored and blessed to be your MC today. I hail from the beautiful islands of Samoa, but more than anything, I'm just proud to be a Pacific person. And so it's that we share in terms of the space, our link to each other ancestrally and culturally, and that we get to see our young people share their language, but also share their perceptions, their thoughts through oratory. And our people are natural orators. We're known for it. So it's beautiful that we have them here today to share some of that talent. Before we start, if we can have our guests come in, please, and sit down very quickly. Before we start, we'll just lay down some house rules. It's just like laying down the fine mat of the house to make sure that we're safe and make sure that things go smoothly today. And usually, again, in our Pacific cultures, we lay down the mat before we have a talanoa. So this is kind of us laying down the mat, but more contemporary in a non-traditional building. So a few of the house rules is in case of fire and earthquake is stop, drop, cover, and hold. You have chairs, we have chairs, so we might have to hold under them. I don't know how I will fit under that chair. For phones, please, if you can have your phones on airplane mode and notifications, and make sure that you're not going on your Facebook lives during the speeches, please, to video our young people. Main thing is also just making sure there's no videography during these. I'm sure there'll be opportunity out photos and videos of your young people that are here today. No talking, please. Again, it's a real big thing for our young people to be up here talking and sharing their talents with us. So please be respectful and try and wait until you get to outside of the doors. It's only 3 minutes long. It's about the length of a music video, which I think we can all survive through. So if we can hold the noise and any unnecessary sounds until you get outside of the door. During speeches, there will be no entering and exit, and that's just out of respect for our young people so they can focus on the task at hand. That would be really awesome. And there's a live stream going on. So we're just conscious as well that we've also got viewers who are out there that couldn't be with us physically, but are here with us through the live stream platform. So it's awesome to have anyone that's on there with us today. For our speech, our young people doing the speeches, the rules around this are you come up here, when you're ready, have a big breathe, and then start your speech. And our judges, beautiful judges here, are ready to not judge you, are here to provide you some great feedback. They're here to help uplift you and elevate you in terms of your technical skills in speaking, and provide you some feedback for today. But also the main thing is that on our team on my right here, we'll have a bell at 2 minutes. Your speeches are 3 minutes long. At 2 minutes, they will ring the bell, and that's your warning that there's 1 minute left. And then at 3 minutes, it's knockout. Yeah, like an MMA fight, yeah? But with no fighting in here. So at 3 minutes, there'll be a double ding. Please don't feel nervous and just know that the time is up and try to wrap up your speech as quickly as possible, okay? Awesome. Any questions before we begin today? And after that door closes, you'll be locked in here for the next 5 minutes. Yeah, awesome, cool, sweet. So first up, what we're going to have is our first lot of speakers from St. Peter's College. So if you can all put your hands together for our first speaker of the day, Deita Vau.
How can Pasifika youth be living legacies who honor those who were directly and indirectly impacted by the dawn rays, I would like to first acknowledge the presence of our Lord, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Deita. I am Tongan. I am Polynesian. I am Pasifika. Because the Pacific Ocean is my home. Holo petu, he ngā lue whasi. Stand firm, as the waves will eventually break. This Tongan saying comes to mind when I reflect on the dawn raids of the 70s. It was originally used to encourage sailors to have patience and persevere because the right wave will eventually come to speed them onto shore. The dawn raids of the 70s did us Polynesians a great injustice. Initially welcomed as cheap labor, we became scapegoats. We were victimized and criminalized by government for deportation. We were denigrated, stigmatized, and labeled as South Sea savages. We were terrorized, belittled, and dehumanized after each early morning blitz attack. Do we deserve to be angry? Yes. Do we deserve reparations? Yes. Have we received an apology? Yes. Do we need to dwell all those injustices of the past? No, we do not. Despite all those injustices dealt to us in the past, we are still standing. Holo petu, he ngā lue whasi. Like our ancestors, those fearless navigators, we choose to persevere and stand firm as the stormy weather won't last forever. How can we become living legacies that honor those ancestors impacted by the dawn raids? My Pasifika brothers and sisters, we are already living legacies of our ancestors. When we stay in school and not become dropouts, when we work hard to achieve better grades instead of teaching classes, when we set high academic goals and work hard to achieve them, when we face insurmountable obstacles and succeed nonetheless, when we see the smiles on our parents' faces with every milestone reached, we are thus honoring our ancestors who paved the road for us to be here. They endured unspeakable racial injustices to pave a smoother road for their whānau and makapuna. Let our actions reflect our gratitude. Let us remember the sacrifice in every activity we participate in, at home, at church, at school, in our community. We bring honor to our ancestors when we decide to flip the narrative. Instead of dwelling on the griefs and suffering of the past, we use that history to empower ourselves to become better. We do not play the victim card anymore. We strive to achieve the best in school and life. We use the past as lessons to inform our future. After all, it's true that those who remain in calm waters will never get strong. The dawn raids was our trial by fire, molding us to be stronger, more resilient, and better united as Pasifika brethren in Aotearoa. Let it also open our eyes to the importance of tolerance and equality, and it treat our good inhabitants of Aotearoa better. Today, I stand before you. I am Deita. I am Tongan. I am Polynesian, a Pasifika student. I have access to education and healthcare, freedom to enjoy life in this beautiful country without persecution. I salute my ancestors to honor them for the triumph I can now enjoy. Ofat.
Awesome. Can we give one more applause for Deita, please? That was a beautiful speech, my Lord Albito. Man, our young people are so talented. I don't know how I could have been doing that at a young age, but when we're looking at our leadership of today, it's so exciting because this is not the leaders of tomorrow. They are the leaders of the present that are here to share their talents with us today. Going on to our next speaker from St. Peter's College. I'd like to invite up Veronica Seko.
Scars on our body, scars in our hearts, demanding for our passports, demanding for our visas, demanding for our permits. Prove your right to be in this country. Bang on the door. Do we run or do we hide? Go in the car or under the table? What option do we have? Pacific Islanders, New Zealand, what do you offer? Dawn raids, a dark chapter in history in New Zealand that casted a dark shadow, heavily impacted and affected the Pasifika community, experiencing fear, trauma, and discrimination. The raids were humiliating and insulting to Pacific communities and led to a significant deterioration with the relationships between the Pacific and New Zealand people, not only in New Zealand, but between the governments of New Zealand, Samoa, and Tonga. A question most may ask is why were the Pacifica overstayers targeted the most, despite the evidence that most overstayers were from other countries, like the UK, Australia, and South Africa? Why did the New Zealand Prime Minister accuse the Pacifica overstayers for the economic downfall during the mid-1970s? Have police and immigration officials chased us to our very death, barging into our homes and into our churches? If not given proof of our right to stay in New Zealand, we were either thrown into jail or deported back to our home country. This was a racial attack against the Pacific Islanders, feeling targeted and terrorized during that period, attacking homes of families, Pacific families, due to rigorous immigration policies during the nights or the early hours of the morning. Have you got the opportunity to ask your family if they ever experienced this? Are you not curious about the challenges they could have been through? The pain, the struggles that they had to endure to secure their country and name strong? It took 50 years for the New Zealand Prime Minister to issue an apology to the Pacific community for the dawn raids in 1970. August the 1st in 2021, Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern formally apologized at the ceremony in Auckland Town Hall, where Pacific people across Aotearoa gathered to hear the apology, acknowledging the lasting pain, distress, and hurt. It was a significant moment in acknowledging historical injustices and fostering understanding between communities. The history of this legacy continues to shape discussions around nationhood, identity, and racism in New Zealand. I stand here before you all with pride, embracement, and deep-seated emotions to say I am proud. Proud to say I am proud. Proud of my brownness that reflects into the sun, complementing the rich color of my ancestors' skin. Proud of the blood that flows through my body, the blood of a Samoan. Proud of the culture engraved in me, free to express my identity. Use your voice, those who are not weakened by the dark, to empower, encourage, motivate, and uplift those who are unable to understand the value and virtue of their culture. Echo the resilience carried down by your ancestors, so say I am proud. Proud to say I am proud. I ask you, are you proud? Proud of who you say you are, who you say you want to be, meant to be. I am proud. I am proud. Thank you.
Can we give one more applause for Veronica? Whakataite lava. While our judges are finishing up their marking, if you're a speaker for this part of the festivities, please make your way to the table on your left to register yourself and get ready for your seat. And as mentioned before, phones off, please. We'll be reminding everyone during the day. The last thing our young people need is your alarm going off during their speeches. As mentioned, probably in the foyer, there's a lot of things going on. We have our World of Verbal Arts exhibition that's held upstairs with a lot of the arts and crafts done by our young people, the cultural performances in the main auditorium, and a lot of services and providers that are available to us in the foyer areas. Please go make use of that when you're in your break or when you're not watching anything. Please go and utilize those opportunities to engage with our young people's work. But nevertheless, we'll move on to our next speaker. So welcoming our third speaker from St. Peter's College, Francis Fayao Belasio.
Knock, knock, knock. Back then, these sounds would petrify our Pasifika community. But why is that? Our people were sent here to Aotearoa for more labor and for better education, but not for racial abuse and harm. Acts of racial comments made by police officers when they are the ones who are supposed to promote public peace. And it wasn't just police officers. You know, there's a saying that comes to my mind when it comes to this particular event. It goes like this: some people suffer so that other people can live in harmony. The amount of unfairness that was brought upon our community could not be described in any other way, and kids themselves had to go through it. Either way, our people just had to face it. We had no power to return the favor. Their emotions told a story of fear and sadness. Sure, they might have apologized for what they did, but they still left a massive scar on our people. It made people think that we were the monsters. The most painful thing about it, though, is that most of the people they suspected were innocent. When others were extending their stay, they checked the police first. Just imagine the pain and agony of those who had to suffer such criticism just because of what they look like and where they come from. These particular events put shame on our people for what we live for and who we are. Put yourself in their perspective and see if you could have handled that exact situation. Racial slurs, suspicious looks given at you, getting questioned. All this happened to them because of what they look like, and they can't change that. Loads of insults and false accusations were put upon our people, and there was nothing that they could do about it, as they had no power and control. Luckily, they had a group of people who stood up for us, which were the Polynesian Panthers. Protest signs and loud megaphones were equipped and could be heard on the streets, calling the police insultive names. They even had their own dawn raids themselves. It got so much worse that even some teenagers joined in on the protests. As these raids were shut down, people still continued to think deeply about it and how they really impacted the Pasifika community. To see our culture being picked on and seeing it being set down the drain is just a pain to see, especially when we did nothing wrong. As we reflect on those events today, we can only remember the pain, the suffering, and the sadness that our people had to experience. But as our youth begins to grow, then we have a chance to show the people that this community has something special in their hearts to show. Thank you.
Malo lava Francis, can we give one more round of applause, please? Kamul lava. Before we get on to our last speaker from St. Peter's College, if you are the judge for Kiribati or for PNG Tokpisin, can you please make your way to the table on the right to judge some of our language speeches? We'd really appreciate it. So just to re-emphasize, if you are the judge for Papua New Guinea Tokpisin or Kiribati, if you can come to the front just so that we know you're here, and if you have just come in, please turn off your phones and make sure you don't go out of the venue during speeches, just so we can show our utmost respect to our young people in this space. Our final speaker from St. Peter's College that will come to speak right now is Jennifer Sefilino.
What would it be like to wake up to loud knocks on your door, demanding that you open up? Imagine the individuals in blue, who we thought were the good guys, raiding and demolishing your home. Imagine having your family torn apart simply because you are a person of color, simply due to your Pasifika heritage. What emotions would you have? This was the reality here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, at the start of 1974. It was impossible for Pasifika people to go a day without experiencing harassment, their appearance, and more importantly, speaking in their mother tongue. Fear and discrimination against Pasifika people who merely wished to live regular lives like every other person in New Zealand, who were ordinary throughout that period. Hiding their feelings and their culture behind their masks while pretending to be someone else as an attempt to blend in. To disguise their suffering, people may dress, speak, behave a certain way. It was a tragic period in New Zealand history, so dark that it caused my people, our people, to wonder if there is peace and diversity in this world. It was a chapter in which our dignity was attacked, our rights were violated upon, and our confidence was deceived. These are wounds that continue to cause pain within our communities and serve as a reminder of a difficult period in history. However, I will assure you that we were not broken by the dawn raids. Rather, it strengthened their courage at every turn and gave them the confidence to keep advocating for their rights. As Polynesians, it is our duty to remember those who came before us and the sacrifices they had made so that we may continue to stand here today. Our historical heroes have left with us a strong heritage of resiliency and a rich cultural legacy, which we must continue to keep with us. Let's use the strength of our common history to build a future in which the morning raids are remembered not as moments of defeat, but as chapters in the ongoing history of Pasifika triumph. However, our journey is far from over. We must acknowledge the suffering and the tragedy that our people have endured. We must pay tribute to those who were wrongfully deported. We must keep in mind who were imprisoned illegally. We must remember those whose lives were forever changed by these horrific acts of racism. In order to empower future generations, we must look to the future as a group with hope and commitment. We must build upon the foundations laid by our ancestors. We must. As a former morning raider and a proud Samoan student from St. Peter's College, I stand before you all today to speak for those whose voices have been silenced for far too long, in order to keep demanding justice for the victims of the dawn raids. We must look to the future as a group with hope and commitment. We must ensure that we work towards a future where this kind of injustice is never committed again. Let's focus on the future and create a society we all deserve, one in which we are treated with the decency, respect, and equality we all deserve. Allow me to ask you now, are we truly committed to ensuring that the scars of the past never define our future, or will we allow history to repeat itself? Thank you.
Whawhataite lava, Jennifer, but also a huge thank you to St. Peter's College for your speeches for today. A big round of applause, please. While we have schools change over, a lot of St. Peter's College supporters will be heading out, and we'll be preparing for our next schools. Again, if we have our PNG Tokpison judge, if you can make your way to the front, please, just so we can make sure that you're here to judge. That would be amazing. Thank you. Just to the front right table. And while the judges are finishing up, their marking sheets. We'll just get our next group in. So before we start this our next school for speeches, just a reminder that during the speeches, no one's to go in and out of the room, please. You can go in between speeches just so we can give our utmost respect to our young people speaking. If you can have your phones on airplane mode, and sometimes with the notification to turn off, that'll be really awesome as well. For our speakers that are coming up, just a note in terms of the rule, 1 bell means that you've done 2 minutes, and double tap, if you can share the double tap, is a knockout, but it's not a knockout. It just means that your time is up, and try to wrap up as fast as you can for your speech so that we can get on to our next speaker. Awesome. Our next speaker for today is really exciting. We've got the first of our Pacific languages coming up to speak for us. So we're going from Aotearoa all the way to Papua New Guinea with Olivia Emek, who will be doing her speech in Tokpisin and English. Mahalo.
Good spell morning chew. Good spell morning chew or Somatin, Papa Mama, or Tisa, now a special guest. Name belong me, I'm Olivia Emek. Now baby talk click long you pella. People long yard 1970, even you got one plow walk by them out even come up long kiss him all man Mary belong Pacific Island, whose side even stop long New Zealand. Na silent molly go back in long country belong on. Another fella line to whose side even stop long country now even a brusum mac belong visa belong on. This fella all white skin line and government belong New Zealand been hats long on. Having a talk belong country current bunty asua even go long line belong Pacific Island tasso. Long this fella time to plant your line whose side is stop. Long country it kiss him heavy because person belong certain talk na make him online belong island or some of big line il come up big bella. Long this bella as on long start long ponem all group na all organization all yet one time one ball name or call him Polynesian Panther movement. Time plenty protest na mercy come up. Triple a week behind or stop him or get a done rates. Susa belong Bubu belong me, even stop long this spell of time too. Name belong him, Fale my Lisa. Emanti belong me, Emanti belong Mama belong me. Na line Mama belong me belong Samoa. Tumbuna belong me, strong belong Mary too. Me no like go back long Samoa or sem in na. Bite hard true, na win and bite long stop long New Zealand. Long bite belong him tasso. Now planting man Mary I look save because in tasso I kissing government belong New Zealand I go long big bella court or call him Privy Council long London England. Now in win long hap tasso hurry up true government belong New Zealand. Seni Sim England. Na Wayne long hapta so hurry up, true Carmen belong New Zealand. Senisem loa na mekem hat long all lane tas long stop. Long look save long hard work belong him taso. Inside long yard 2022 long 8 moon, Ogetane look save long walk and make him time Prime Minister Jacinda don't talk soil long person even come up long time people. This pillar person long belong down raid. Illusion plenty bill heavy na ting ting we passing government. Even so him cranky to Muslim people. Plenty your line eating ting back long one him even come up la na all save. Kissing maybe long dispella. Long dispella time me bella e lucky long e got plenty man na mere e stop. Life long took out. Long one him even come up na yumi. Mas looking lost ting ting long him. This bella story belong him it must go yet. Long old bikini belong yumi or long time behind. Thank you.
Thank you to Mas, Olivia. What we'll do is we'll give some time for our judge. While some of our members come in, please find a seat, which is also the floor down here. Don't be scared of it. And what we'll do is we'll have in this section our next Kiribati speech, and then also another Doc Bisson's speech from PNG. As mentioned before, again, utmost respect to our young people that are coming through to share their talents with us. It's quite beautiful to see the ancestral talents of our people from the Moana be transferred on to our next generation of leaders here who have the courage and the confidence to step up and share their talents with us all today. During the day, we'll be doing in little blocks, we'll be doing some giveaways, but the main thing is we want to just make sure a lot of our young people get the chance to speak, particularly as we're running a bit behind time, but that's okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. Awesome. So our next speaker is from Waiopēhu College, and will be doing her speech in Kiribati. So if we can all put our hands together for Aras Apete.
Kamna penini Maori. Arapani alasia pete te pima no ririki, ye 11 in the YP College 11. Erapata taya yo, ngai me kwaki panamero roto tana yonta don rates ke. Makuri ni ka me paha ake koroa ki nokoya hain tepe tepeke. Enteririki tangaru babu boys to puitapun. Oe musikia to tau teha. New Zealand tayane. Pa ena kakaya meni ko kia hain tepe tepeke. Te makuri ni ka me paka e apun ta ki te naki e si kain te pitepek. E ngen ki apun rain. Maisriki a ka aiki roere sukuya. A ka kain yurepe o mereka mea. Ta ka tau tau pa apun si to wana ta ka tini mea koro mai sia kain te pitepek. A aiki roere sukuya. Me ere posana ki pa wanepi me anoa te katapupua e a ka sikiaki me ni kaburiak e kain te pitepek. Makuri ni ka me paka akapun ni na kina yaus te no kana pong me takarangaina. Ka tein ka me taxi pepan kakaya kakayak pepan sukue yon isiran. O e maistrik apun na kaina no nga na korek te tepe ken tiaro e pa si sapo me asan korai pure aka rawata. Ipugendo ko kain tepe ke inanun yon isiran pa e kaya na vevete tau tekan tai ke. Ibugin kana nuan te sa makuri yon isiran. Engen kia kita ni apaya mendokon meka isiran. Apun na kita beginya ki aron mengaroya mesukwe yon isiran. Enderiri kita ngaru babu boy sepi men ruaiwa. Anatain tau teka muten. Ya kata makuri ni kame boka e bugina pa. Ya ki kata kanganga are. Kana nuan te sa makuri yon isiran. O ya ginabe katoka Te nganga are rina nona New Zealand are pakan kaupaina. Engen nane te meto an roko kain te pegen karoka tanga ruwa ono buitabon. Inanon August wawa tanga te bi me wawa. Polynesian Panther Party o te bewariki. Ako tara te makuri ni ka me poka e. Nakon te tau teka. E ta pekea panaya te tau teka New Zealand kapara pure. I poken te makuri e aki roiri. O e asan korai no koe kain te peki. Nina non arana e atakin kai at the dawn raids of the 1970s. Ang kantaninga pa erike ongomi en aron makuri ni ka mepa aki asan korawaki. O kamrapa ipukin ongorami. Ami pau te Maori, te roi o te tapu moa. Kambesin rapa.
Koraba, thank you so much for your speech, Aras. While our judge is finishing up his comments, we'll prepare for our next speaker, going back to PNG, to Papua New Guinea. Really beautiful to hear our languages spoken in this space. If you all don't know, this is the Decade for Indigenous Languages, so it's a really special moment for our Pacific languages here in Aotearoa to be celebrated. And what better way than our young people being able to share that with us all today. So thank you so much for those that have prepared their speech in our languages of the Pacific. Our next speaker, we're going again back. It just reminds of a special quote by Professor Epeli Haofa, a Fijian-based Tongan scholar, who said, "We are not separated by our ocean. We're not separated by islands, but we are connected by our ocean." And so what a better way to celebrate by going back and forth to the different islands. We've gone Aotearoa to PNG, to Kiribati, and now we're going back to PNG on this journey that we're on. So without further ado, I'd like to invite up to the stage Karen, Vanessa, Larry for a speech in Tok Pisin.
Tete o Yangpa Pasifika ikat bigla walk los tetim good future bilang ogeta long now long behind too. One pla bigla something ibin come up na ibin tetim sindan bilang yumi olgeta Pasifika long na hill on New Zealand and don raids long 1970s. This pla time no good bilang people I makim ol pasim no good bilang look no good long narapla passing one side. Ibin putim bigla pore the olgeta man meri lo this pla time. Taso display on display time no good. Olgeta Pasifika man meri iwag bung one time long come up strong more yet long down him display or pass him no good even come up. All same na long now, tok panim out him same. Haba yumi holim na so him all same display walk all line belong yumi long people even make him lo paid one time passing. Belong one side na look no good lo narapla. Number one something yumi must make him lo holim display story. Yumi must school him na a strong tumas. Olsem all Polynesian Panthers ibim yusim save lo sanap strong na pat long good pla bilang olgeta. Passing bilang tok igo kami ken halivim olong karim na holim display pasim na way bilang life to display by halivim ol pikinini bilang tomorrow lo look save long na true bilang pasim ibin kama people. Last plus something ol yang pla Pasifika by ikin kisim na holim display passing bilang way bilang life long save long ol display line. Husait ibin kisim bagarap long don raids. Pai oli masoem long ol passing tumbuna bilong yumi long wanem ol way ol iken. Or something all same tanis, pizza, puk, sing na all same Pasifika fusion iken kamp ol rosem all same rot bilong soem yumi all same man meri bilong Pasifika na al hatpa time ol tumbuna bilong yumi ibin bungim long bipo. Long disparot yumi ba holim strong pasim tumbuna bilang yumi. Na al hatpa walk all tumbuna bilang yumi ibin walking long bipo bilang kutla sindan buling yumi tete na behind. Long dispa tok long finishing dispa tok don't rate ilusim bigpla magturu long pasim tumbuna na story bilang yumi. Ol yang pla Pasifika online by ego past na karim ol ting bilang all. na yumi I olsim strong bilang all. Maski heavy ikan ba yumi sanap strong. Yumi mas wak strong na nokim suruk lo holim dispa story. Lo katim good na nokim lo ting long all hard work na heavy ibin bungim all Pasifika man meri bipo. Vinaka vakaluvu faafetai lava maloa apido. Thank you lam harim tok bilang me.
One more round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Karen. And for now, that is the end for our judges. Thank you so much, Korabwa. Thank you, True. Thank you so much for our judges. As you all know, we have beautiful language experts and cultural knowledge experts that are here to support us. And so I acknowledge our cultural judges that are coming to mark the other languages, as well as our English language judges who are about to make their way back to the table to continue on with the rest of our speeches for today. Just to acknowledge as well, Aras is from Waiopēhu College, and Karen Vanessa Larry, she is from Palmerston North Girls High School, which we'll hear more speeches from later on today. But going back to Levin, we've got two more of our speakers, our boys here. So our next speaker is going to be PJ Iese from Waiopēhu College. Please give a round of applause.
Triumphant Pasifika legacies, a reflection of the past, the present, and the future. The Dawn Raids was known as the most blatant racist attack on Pacific peoples by the New Zealand government in New Zealand's history. It was a painful time to be a Pacific Islander in New Zealand, but I don't think it's something we should hide from. Please raise your hand if anyone in your family was affected by the Dawn Raids. Take a moment to look around. It's clear every individual who raised their hand, as well as their family members, have triumphed over challenging times with unwavering strength, will to protect loved ones. It's a familiar trait among us islanders. That trait is whālualo I loa inga matangata matutua. In English, means to respect your family and your elders. The Dawn Raids stands as the most appealing event ever encountered by Pacific Islanders since the Mau movement. The Dawn Raids, which took place in the 1970s, was a series of immigration enforcement actions targeting Pacific Islanders in New Zealand. These operations had profound, lasting impact on us Pacific Islanders, leading to widespread fear, trauma, and displacement. The Dawn Raids disrupted families and communities, and the repercussions are still felt today. The Dawn Raids targeted Pacific Islanders who are believed to be overstayers their visas. As a young person, when I think about the Dawn Raids, I can only imagine how terrified they were. I can envision all the hardships and difficulties that those who went through the raids had to endure. The Dawn Raids, while distressing, marked the commencement of the remarkable phenom, the point at which the Pacific community united and created the Polynesian Panthers. This group created a sole purpose of providing assistance and supporting Pacific people during challenging times. Support in ways such as protesting against the government, providing education, legal aid, and other social resources such as ESOL classes and youth community programs. The Polynesian Panthers' work ethic is still alive within our people. What I learned from the Dawn Raids is no matter the struggle or pain, you have to overcome it to have a successful path. Even though the Dawn Raids were a challenging time, they serve as a wake-up call for us Polynesians. Us Polynesians are still healing from the Dawn Raids, but healing doesn't mean the pain never existed. It just means the pain no longer controls our lives. We have a purpose in life. Apologies can never reverse the damage done. However, it opens the door to thriving, hopeful healing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving you with a quote by a wise man who once said, "Resilience is not being unbreakable. It's about being able to put the pieces back together and continue on with renewing hope and courage." Unquote. Hence, I hope that all those who were affected by the unfortunate I fear we'll find healing in the coming days. And they're saying, hope never dies. Thank you to everyone listening to Fast Forward.
Whawhataiti lava, PJ. Another round of applause, please. While our judges are finishing up their marking, if we can have to our table on the right, if you are from Whanganui High School, please make your way to the front right table, please, just so we can make sure you're registered. And as you all know, that a lot of the themes here around the triumphs and the learnings from the Dawn Raids. And so that's kind of the theme and what's being encapsulated through our young people and what they're speaking to today. So hearing a lot of things about resilience, about strength, about overcoming, which is so natural for our people. So these are some of the beautiful things that they'll be discussing through their own perspectives and their own lived experiences with us. So as you all know, please give your utmost respect and your full attention to them while they're speaking, please. Our last person from Waipihu College, from Levin, is from the Kingdom of Tonga, Samuelu Tauwheulungaki.
Imagine these scenes. 2 police officers barging into your home without a word, forcefully ripping away your blanket, leaving you exposed. They hurl insults at you, vile and degrading, as you desperately try to cover yourself. This was the reality during the Dawn Raid of 1974. A time of state-sanctioned racism that tore families apart and instilled fear in our Pacific communities. Home were invaded at dawn, doors smashed in, and dog unleashed, while children cried helplessly as their loved ones were taken away. Samoan and Tongan overstay were particularly targeted, and Maori were harassed based solely off the color of their skin, stripped of their identity as tangata whenua. It was triple dip of racism, discriminations, detentions, and exploitations. Imagine trying to sleep peacefully, only to be awakened by the harsh of knock of authority demanding proof of your right to stay in New Zealand. The police wielded powerful torches, blinding and intimidating, making you feel like a criminal in your own home. But amidst this darkness, there arose a beacon of courage. The young Pacific Islanders who witnessed this injustice firsthand. They refused to be silent. They organized peaceful protests, relying on their communities and allies to stand against oppressions, leaving legacy for our Pacific youth in today's generations. Today, we stand here with gratitude. Gratitude for the apology from the last government. Acknowledge the pain inflicted by the Dawn Raids and the scar it left our Pacific communities. This apology marks a step toward healing and reconciliations. I pledge to never repeat the mistake of the past. We also recognize the resilience and contributions of the Pacific community to New Zealand economy, culture, and society. Our society has evolved, become more inclusive and aware of needs and the rights of Pacific peoples. In conclusions, let us remember the lesson of the past as we forge ahead. Let us stand united against racism and injustice, ensuring that the voice of our Pacific brothers and sisters are heard and respected. Together, let us build a future where every individual, regardless of their background, can thrive and contribute to our shared prosperity. Tofa maya manuia, soifua.
Mahalo lava, Samuela. A big round of applause, please. That was our last speech from Waipihu College. Just together, if we can all mili. Patia, lo pati, hey, ho ho, Yeah, I thought so. Remember, you would think that we're all here in mourning with the amount of silence. So, if you do feel some type of way in terms of our young people, if they say something that resonates with you, we don't want you to scream the house down. But, show a bit of your love and affirmation, as the Tongans say, show a bit of that maafana to our young people, just like our mama at the back did, probably his mum that shouted. But again, if you resonate with what our young people are saying, that I'm sure they appreciate hearing a little cheer here and there, to cheer them on and get them through the rest of their speech. Before we go into our next speakers, just again, look at the house rules, just a refresh. No one go in and out of the doors while the speeches are going. Again, it's only 3 minutes. It's about the length of a music video. I'm sure we can all survive that. Also, we'll test our bell from the 1990s that is here with us. So one bell means dinner's ready. But in this here, the bell actually means it's 2 minutes into their speech. They've got 1 minute left to go. And then double bell, it means the fight's on. Okay, so the fight means they need to wrap up their speech and head off to the side. But as we tell our young people when they're doing their speech, don't feel stressed. Just take it easy and try wrap up your speech. Our people can talk, Pacific people can talk, but we also know how to wrap up a story when it needs to happen. So that's the skill in today's, is trying to keep strong and concise with the speaking and save the myths, the legends, and the whakapapa story to later on when we go out into the foyer, the 10-minute speeches. Yeah, but we'll go into our next school. Our next school for today is New Plymouth Girls High School. So if we can give it up for Laudaimi Sifa.
Imagine having a peaceful dinner full of joy and laughter, and all of a sudden you hear a knock. What? Oh. You stop and slowly approach the door, but it wasn't enough time to react on this unexpected behavior. Immigration police forcing their way through your house and manhandling you as they please. Let me take you back to 1974. For many decades now, we've been thriving for Polynesian rights. Apology from the government is not enough, in my opinion. Don't just speak, but act as you speak, to feel the pain and suffering our ancestors had to go through. Hiding at the crack of dawn, waiting for the snatchers to leave so we can have our freedom, feeling hesitant to move in motion and feeling neglected is the way the government made us Pacific people feel. Police and immigration officers through many years singled out dawn raids to catch legal immigrants. Police surrounding houses, surrounding houses with police, having every inch of the room getting torn apart, dogs swarming and guarding the place, makes me wonder, why were they only coming for islanders and not the other visitors? Is it because we're black, or is it just racial targeting, completely racial profiling? Fighting for unity and fighting for what is right, not being quiet but vocal about it. Standing up for our people. Our people even had to change their names so we won't get caught working. Feeling too much pressure so you can't eat. Emotions running wild through your mind so you don't sleep. Having to feel the anxiety and pressure to live. It's like living in trauma. It's like playing hide and go seek, but the only thing we're seeking is the truth and the rights and the unity as Pacific people. Our parents and grandparents going through the struggle just to have a better lifestyle makes me wonder. Education, a better life, or more opportunities for the next Polynesian generation to have that freedom our ancestors never had. So what freedom are we talking about? What freedom am I talking about? What freedom are you talking about? What are we doing? We are the living legacy of the Pacific people. The victory we have achieved as Polynesian Pacific people today is having the government reevaluate what they think about the dawn raids and how it affected us. Getting a formal and unreserved apology from Jacinda Ardern back in 2021 means they see now the ugly reality of dawn raids.
Malo Alpito Lautaimi. Can we give one more round of applause? Malo Engawe Lahi. And our final speech from New Plymouth Girls High School is Faith Lokeni.
Hello, hello. Yeah. Sixth of Feb, Waitangi Day. 25th of April, Anzac Day. 15th of March, 2019, the Christchurch Mosque attack. And the 25th of March, 2020, the First Nation lockdown. These dates are all significant to the history of New Zealand. However, there's one that remained unspoken, one that had cast a shadow over our Pacific community, the Dawn Raids. But this year's theme reflects to our triumphs over them. So, how did the Dawn Raids happen? How did it affect the community? And who are we as Pasifika legacies? Post-World War II, New Zealand was suffering a labor shortage and invited citizens from neighboring Pacific countries to help with the economy. Until, in the 1970s, the economy began to decline and political pressure surrounding immigration and immigration laws began to rise. Nationals Party leader Robert Muldoon seized this opportunity to gain the country's votes. He blamed islanders for the recession. With his power and influence, Muldoon stereotyped that all brown people were bad. He used propaganda, scaremongering, claiming that they were stealing their jobs. Our people that were invited to help rebuild the country were now being used as scapegoats. This affected the community in many ways, a time where those trusted to serve and protect raided your home, a time when you were thrown in the back of a police van, put in a holding cell, and deported back to the islands. Families divided and the nation indifferent. The sense of shame, fear, and uncertainty was a daily companion for nearly 3 years. However, this year's theme not only invites us to reflect on the Dawn Raids, but to also celebrate the triumphs of Pasifika legacies. Today, we still face many challenges, such as racism, education, and economic inequalities. Yet, through resilience, strength, and unity, we continue to overcome these barriers and weave our culture into New Zealand society. Examples of these: politician honorary Carmel Sepuloni, rugby star Ari Salvia, and dancer choreographer Paris Goebel. Each continue to represent who they are as Pasifika legacies, much like you and I. As Pasifika peoples, we stand united in celebrating the past, present, and future legacies of the Dawn Raids. To conclude, the Dawn Raids will always have an impact in our community. It lives in the disruption of trust and faith in authorities and remains vividly in the minds of those directly impacted. However, the legacy also lies with us. From sports to arts, academics, and politics, we continue to represent who we are as legacies. The tree is strong because of its roots. As we part ways, remember, the strongest form of protest is to be successful. Fafitzalava.
And a big thank you to Lautaimi and Faith from New Plymouth Girls High School for their speeches. One more round of applause, please. Mahalo, mahalo lava. As our guests leave and there's new people coming in, our people at the back, please take a seat. If you may please take a seat and settle in for the next round of speeches. If you are from Palmerston North Girls High School, if you could come to the table, talk with our team, and they'll lead you to, if you can move also one seat to the right as well. They'll sort you out into your team. If you are the judge for Vangahau Niue, to repeat, if you are the judge for Vangahau Niue, if you could come and see our team, please, at the front, that would be awesome. Awesome. As mentioned before, there are so many things happening here at Pasifika Fusion to celebrate 20 years. So again, there's expos, there's our World of Wearable Arts upstairs, our arts and crafts, the cultural performances going in the main auditorium, our services and providers that are here to serve the community and to support your families and your well-being as well. And also, there's just a lot of things going on that are for free, are available in terms of resource for you and your ainga. So please make use of those. We also want to make a shout out to those that are tuning in through live stream that couldn't be with us physically. And so we pray and hope that they're well wherever they are in the world. It's definitely Palmerston to the north, Palmerston north to the north, Palmerston north to the world today, as we are live streaming this across this the Vimeo platform. That's right, Hayden? YouTube, around YouTube. Well, we've upgraded this year. This is really cool to have multiple access points so our families can access this, particularly those that couldn't make it here in person. Without further ado, we're going to move on to our next speeches. So we're going all the way to Whanganui High School with our first speech being Jayla Fata.
Imagine 1 minute you and your family are going to go to sleep peacefully. The next, you're getting woken up by police, getting threatened, getting roughed up, told you're to be sent out of New Zealand. Dawn raids, leaving our beloved elders, our grandparents traumatized because of all the fear Palangi, police, government and society has done to them. They were terrified to go out in public without the fear of being harassed and being called harsh names such as fob, coconut, bunga, savage, and even the N-word. Racism, being judged based on our skin color, being treated differently from others out in public in our classrooms because what? We're darker than our peers? Us as islanders get stereotyped based on our looks, and it needs to stop. Generations after generations have battled challenges that have made it through history, and it still continues till this day. Now, why in the world would the government encourage young Pacific people to leave their families to fill New Zealand's labour shortage and work for them just for the public to start name-shaming them, calling them overstayers and immigrants, saying Pacific Islanders were bad, telling everyone Islanders were the ones stealing people's jobs, where in reality, they, the communities, were the ones needing Pacific Islanders' help. Will I ever experience racism or the fear you felt during dawn raids? Asked the Palangi interviewer, questioning an OG polypanther, Tingi Launes. No, sir. No, you will not experience the fear of being deported away. No, you will not have the experience of changing your legal Polynesian name into a white name. No, you will not know what it's like to be hidden under floorboards of the classroom just to prevent the police from taking you away. And no, you definitely will not experience the fear of going out in public without being harassed while walking and trying to do normal life activities. So no, you will not know what it's like. No, you will not know what it's like to experience racism. Who wouldn't want to stick up for their people? Who wouldn't want their families to go through this trauma our grandparents went through? Why target hardworking Polynesians and send them away when the majority of overstays were Europeans and here to steal land? Why give hate to the group Polynesian Panthers for fighting for justice and equality? All these broken hearts and society thinks a simple sorry is going to solve everything? All these questions and not enough answers. But all we know is that our elders, they did their best to fight for justice and equality, so their children and generations to come, they didn't have to go through this trauma ever again. Thank you to our grandparents, our parents, for being so strong. Now I know why you're so resilient. I now know why you're so tough on me, and I now know why you want me to be the best I possibly can be, and why you give me boundaries, Mum. Thank you.
Lord lover Jayla, beautiful speech. Another round of applause, please. Show some love for our young people. And our judges are just finishing off their marking. Again, if you're from Palmerston North Girls and you have yet to come to the front table, please come up to the table on the front right. If you are our judge for Vangahau Niue, which is now here, or Ngana Tokelau, please let us know and come to the front table. So thank you for coming to share with us. Again, to reiterate, it's so beautiful that we have our language holders that are coming in to help mark our languages. As you know, it's the decade for Indigenous languages, so we have them here with us to mark some of our students who are speaking in their mother tongue, here today. We'll move on with our. We'll move on with our schedule. We have one more from the school to finish off. So can we all give a big round of applause from Whanganui High School, JD Tyrell. Look.
Talofalava, Olo Uingoa or JD Tyrell. Hello, my name is JD Tyrell. Here you are sat, probably wondering, the dawn raids. What is that? The dawn raids is the anxiety you feel exiting Kmart. The dawn raids is the embarrassingly embellished digs at our community, culture, and ancestry being considered educational. The dawn raids knew of me before I knew of it. The dawn raids was a part of our journey. The dawn raids was an event in our history which to this day impacts us as Pacific people. We gather here today to share parts of our journey, the impacts, the suffering, and how we combated the adversity. The dawn raids strongly impacted our journey because of racism. Fragments of frost forming, freezing your windows as it is nearing dawn. Knocking at the door pulls you from bed. Lethargically, you open the door only to be greeted by law enforcement, whom force their way into your home, gunning it towards your room, demanding papers. This instilled fear into anyone Pacific looking, because this was the reality of the Pacific community during the 1970s. What was advertised as a campaign to get rid of overstayers ended up becoming a scheme, specifically singling out Pacific people from Pacific origins. Rob Muldoon, the Prime Minister of New Zealand during that time, used problems within New Zealand society, such as high interest rates, inflation, and a growing labor shortage, to push his colonial, discriminatory, racist thinking into government decisions. Pacific Islanders in New Zealand society experienced embarrassment, ending in generational trauma because New Zealand society allowed racist policies by Muldoon to be passed. Now, how do we suffer? We weren't there. Most of us don't have police knocking at our doors. In fact, we don't even call them. But wait, why don't we call them? A police officer's role is to protect the peace and enforce the laws set by the government. The government whom allowed the dawn raids to occur. The same government who turned a blind eye to the theft of Māori land. The same government whom is currently removing robes set in place for our people. We perceive the police as a threat rather than an aid because of what they represent. They represent a government who has failed us time and time again during interactions between New Zealand and Pacific Islanders. New Zealand healthcare. We all have an auntie or an uncle, maybe a cousin, who always avoids the hospitals like it's a plague because they've heard horror stories from friends and family members who have experienced rapid decline in health after being misdiagnosed or prescribed the wrong medicine. Pacific people would rather allow diseases to advance, hesitant to seek help from New Zealand government services because these facilities have been shrouded in campfire stories. We would rather suffer in silence than voluntarily speak up because we have lost both our faith and trust in the New Zealand government services. And yet here we are, triumphant, coming together, sharing our stories, and educating each other on our experiences. An event successfully providing and endorsing services put in place for our people, combating the impacts of the dawn raids. We are a community. We must share the knowledge that we have gained through experience, setting the standard for future generations, connecting with each other through dance, music, arts, talents. Even during the dawn raids, we advocated for each other, seeking information and educating others on their rights was exactly what the Polynesian Panthers did from 1971 onwards. By sharing their knowledge, we as people stood taller. Education comes hand in hand with success because knowledge is power. Power we gain back from the dawn raids, power we use out in the community, power we hold because we know power and power knows us. Whakatai lava, thank you for listening.
Whawhaitai te lava to Whanganui High School, Jayla and JD, thank you so much. Hey, it's really important that, after our speeches, because our young people are sharing such heavy stories, that you give them a hug and you look after them and their emotions after, because as you know, it's a big thing to talk about their grandparents' stories in this space. So make sure you show our young people some love after they've talked on the stage, particularly if they're talking about really big things that are tough on their heart and the heart of their families as well. While we just sort out some of our next issue, our transition for our next speeches to come, we just ask you all just to use the toilet if you've been here for a little while. Utilize the toilet. We're going to have a little infomercial break that's not as annoying as the ones on YouTube. Just a little one, just to break about 3 minutes while we just organize our judges for our next speeches, which will be some of our language speeches. So if you can bear with us, please, especially those on live stream, you can go make a coffee and a hot drink and then come back and join us on the screen for our next session. Whawhaitai lava. Awesome. I hope you all had a good infomercial break. We're going to move on. So again, it's beautiful that we get to have our languages integrated within all the English speeches as well, with some of our young people who want to do it in their mother language. And so our next two speeches will be in Ngangana Tokelau and Vangahau Niue. So first, we'd like to invite up to do her speech in, first of all, in Vangahau Niue is Santino Liuvae.
Whakalofalai atu ke he iki whiwhili, tau whaiaonga, tau momotua mo e tau whanau. Ko e hākua whakamatalaanga hanga o ia ke Tokelau Nas, ko e tangata Niue. Whanau he motu nei ko e taha he tau atuhau, whakamua he tau tangata Pasifika, ne hohoko mai ke he motu nei, ko Aotearoa, New Zealand. Ko e toa nei malolo mo e talahaua hako e haana a taunga hua mitaki, ke totoko atu ke he tau mahani whakakelea he whakatufono he waha. Ko eke a ia mo taha tangata talahaua ke he tala tupu whakaholo he motu nei. Tupu hake a Tingilau ke he mangahala ne vihi mo uka e tau mena tutupu he motu nei. Sikisia mata e ia tuanga he tau momui he tau tangata Pasifika no nofo mase ke lea. Nā kai matakotaku a ia po ke kalo ke he kai manako ke totoko atu mo e kisia kua whai hikianga e tau moi he tau tangata Pasifika. Ke he tau taha hiwa onongofulu ke he taha hiwa whitungofulu. Holo ki mua hana a taunga hua mitaki ke langomatai he tau tangata. Mua atu ke totoko atu ke he tau mahani i nakai. Tonu he tau tangata pālangi ke he tau tangata ne nakai tunga a lotolu. Pihia foki ke langomatai ke he tau tangata Māori. Talahaua foki a Tingilau Nes ke he haana a tau Tailani lolongo. Ko e ke haana a tau kupu lolongo mo mena ke whakaoho e tau atuho tupuhake mo e totoko atu ke he tau mena kua nakai hako. Tau taha hiwa whitungofulu kua holo ki mua e tau puhala e ke whakakelea he whakatufono ke he tau tangata Pasifika. Mamata ki ai, koe mo e nakai whiawhia e tau whuata Pasifika. Pese ni he nakai lauia e tau tangata Niue, kai nakai liutua e tau manatu he toa Niue ko Tingilau Nes. Whakaosi, kua tapaki e tau leo a ia mo e tā atu ke he whale pui pui. Kua whakamā a ia ki mua he haana manga whaoa mo e eke whakakelea foki hako e tangata Pasifika. Mo haia, ko e hana a taunga hua mitaki ko eke a ia mo taha tangata ke ono hake e tau atuhau mo e whakawhiwhitaki atu ki a ia. Ko e tau ngā hua mitaki a Tingilau Nes mo e tau whuata he Polynesian Panther. To eke mo mena uho ke mumuitua kia ai e tau atuhau whuata Pasifika anuiha. Kia manatu mau a tautolu mo e whakawhiwhitaki atu ke he haana a taunga homitaki ke asihake e mooi ma whola mo e monuina mai tau tangata he Pasifika i New Zealand. Whakamonuina mai he atua a tautolu, whakaoe ko whanongonongo mai.
Whakaoe lahi, Santino. Again, beautiful to hear our first Vangahau Niue speech for the day, and I'm sure there'll be more to come later on in our Pasifika Fusion speeches. Our next speech, just before we do our next speech as well, just the rules is the microphone is not is only an opportunity. So if you want to take the microphone off, please do. This is up to you, and we can take the stand away. Again, one tap on the bell, please. One tap is 2 minutes into the speech, and then 2 taps, time's up. But for our speakers, let it be just a notification to try wrap up your speech as quickly as possible, as the time limit is 3 minutes for our speeches today. Again, please refrain from exiting and entering during the speeches, please, family, just so that we can give our utmost respect to our people on the stage. Also want to give a massive shout out to Helen, who's the coordinator and who's running the festival this year, 20 years of Pasifika Fusion, as well as the committee for allowing us the opportunity to bring our young people to share their perspectives and their stories here in this space. So a big whaamalo atu and whaaftai lava to them. I'm sure we'll be mentioning them throughout the next 2 days. But without further ado, we'll move on to our next speech, which is in Ngangana Tokelau. So we're sailing the Va'a a bit up north to Tokelau. And so I'd love to invite to the stage Delhiana Fonua. Malo.
E amanakia te atua tawhito, te atua o tua, te hilihili kehe, te tupu o tupu. Te atua mamalu e mamana, te atua e pule awao. Ko tana mālohi, whakamaoni, wa tana ami o tonu, ni tō kanga haka te atua. Ko tia ai ki tātou, i tai mālama, ma tai malino o tonu aloha haka wawao. E haku tulo ki o tapu tau ki te langi, tulo ki o tapu a whenua. Tulo ki te tohi haka te atua, haka te mālo, whena te mamalu o ta mana, mātua mahana o pele. E tāpua ki mai tolo tolo ka wahua ma whenua ola te waha Pasifika. Tulou lava. E haka tulou ki te komiti whakahoe, tai o te wao. Na moli oku i mata toki, ke awata ai te waka. Tulou. Kua hako ngoto te ulu, kua tau tuku. Te whakanau, tū ake o mata ki lunga. Pupuhi ke whakamālama, ke hotu ia. Hotu lua, hotu tolu, hotu vale. Ke manuia te haiva, ko kou ia leo o waka. Te tinihu ke tapihia. Ko au, ko Delhiana. He tau titi mai Tokelau. Ko au kua veko hina, i talo kakai. Ko au na mamoli mai e iko te moana. Ke taku atu te hekau au kutupuna. Mauku mātua kia te koutou, tulou. E he hukaua, tulou. He hukaua, lea mai ku mātua ko au ke hau ki taku atu. Te luluku na hakupuku ai Johanna wa Tokelau. Wa te hau tiale na haku hau ai. Ke tia ai nā nohonohonga I honua. Ko te luluku na tuku mai au mātou mātua, ko a lātou haka tinonga te ola nai ola ai. Ko a lātou hai hainga, na haka tinonga nā la ki lātou, haia mo he nohonohonga ke ola tia mahata aunga. Ko nā iloa, na mālama, na muna, e mau ki te ngalua ki te kelekele. Vena te mataunga o te tai, te namo, ulu, te moana wā he laulau mahua mahana o ma te nuku. Na tuku tonu te wāhe loa ki o tangata, e haka alo te tamaiti ki te tino matua. E aloha te matua ki te tamaiti. Te manu hea, e haka alo ngia, e haka pele. He luluku e manu e lulupe te awa, te ola, uhi taki. Ko awe me mita ki te lahi o te luluku na hako hau ai au ki taku atu. E heu mai toku hia ma toku mimita. Hanau Tokelau, ola he atala kai nau ki tupu taku a mātua, mohe te tālu manaki. Ke manuia te katoanga, ke ola ia Tokelau. Manuia.
Haka he tai lahi. Thank you so much for your speech. Again, a round of applause for our two speakers for Vangahau, Niue and Ngangana Tokelau. Again, it won't be the last time you hear these beautiful languages here in Pasifika Fusion. You'll hear them on the stage and you'll hear them here in the speech place. I just want to make, before we carry on with Palmerston North Girls College, I really want to make a big acknowledgement. They've got one of the biggest groups to show up for our speeches throughout these next 2 days. So thank you for setting the standard and showing that the girls do it best. Let's not say that. Cut that from the live stream, please. But yeah, it's really awesome to have our guests. Please find a seat if you can. But as our young people know, the floor is also our seating too. And so we thank you for joining us today. As our judges switch over and we go back into our English judges, we just want to make it known again around the house rules. No going in during the speeches. Go in between the breaks, please. And I think that's all. Again, the microphone is, you're able to take the microphone off for our speakers coming up if you would like to, or if you want to not use a microphone, that is up to you. We also have our live stream. Again, just want to constantly acknowledge our live stream audience that are on YouTube, which is accessible. So if your families couldn't tune in today physically, please let them know about the YouTube link so they can tune into us through the digital realm. So beautiful that we have technology to be able to connect us all for this kaupapa and for this whānau that we have today. Without further ado, we're going to move on. So our next speech from Palmerston North Girls High School is Victoria Brown. Malo.
Testing. Yeah, I just got testing. Legacy, the lingering echoes of past happenings. Legacy, the indelible fingerprints left by past actions. Legacy, the lasting stamp of the journey of one's life. From the past to the present, from the present for the future. 1970, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Stamp, the red ink slapped on Pacific people's temporary visa spelled out the word approved. Approved to work, to build a home, to start a life in the land of milk and honey, working 9 to 5 just to get by until the clock strikes 3 in the morning and open up, it's the police. 5 words that became a nightmare to families like yours and mine, as opposed to the one word they were promised for doing their jobs, approved. Approved to have families torn apart, lives disrupted, and dreams shattered. Confusion and uncertainty were instilled in the Pacific heroes who were directly impacted by the inhumane dawn raids. However, let us not forget the heroes who were indirectly impacted by these events. Hide and seek was the new norm, looking over their shoulders every past 5 minutes, so paralyzed with fear to even use their authentic given names. Once a proud Manasseh, now forced to be a Peter. I used to be Josefina, and now a half-European Josephine. Hidden identities living in the what if and being in constant fear were the reality for the indirectly impacted families. 2024, Aotearoa, New Zealand. An official apology has been issued and the Pacific community is thriving. We are the evidence of their legacy. Pasifika Fusion is the evidence of their legacy. And now we must ask ourselves, how can Pasifika youth be living legacies who honor those directly and indirectly impacted by the dawn raids? Melani Anae, a member of the Polynesian Panthers, quoted, "Education is key to empowering our people and breaking the cycle of poverty and discrimination." A familiar reoccurring theme across our nation's immigration stories is the search for higher education. The sole reason as to why our Pacific heroes endured the impacts of the dawn raids was so that you and I could be educated. The answer is simple: an education that can place us in positions of influence. Across this room, we have future lawyers, doctors, engineers, architects, accountants, and whatever you say you can be. To fulfill the dreams and hopes of those who came before us, this is how we can honor them as living legacies. A living legacy, the resounding echoes of current happenings.
a living legacy, the vivid fingerprints of today's actions, a living legacy, the everlasting stamp of the path you and I choose to take. Thank you.
I think everyone approved that speech. So can we give one more round of applause, please? Before we go into our next speech, again, just to reiterate the rules around the dings of the bell, just so that you know which bell's for what. So one bell means 2 minutes. So the speeches are 3 minutes long. The one bell ring means that they've done 2 minutes of their speech, and the double bell, knockout. So it means time to wrap it up and head off to the side. Again, we tell our speakers, don't be rushed by the 3 minute mark. Let it be an opportunity to try wrap up their kōrero or their launga or their speech that they're doing to fit within the time frame. But without further ado, we'll continue moving on with our program onto the next speaker from Palmerston North Girls High School. And so we'll be moving on to Angelina Tuputupu. Give us a hand, Malo.
Picture this. It's the middle of the night and your home, a place of safety, is suddenly invaded. This was the harsh reality faced by our Pasifika communities in the foreign land of New Zealand, the land of milk and honey, a place meant for our people to prosper. For many Pacific Islanders living in New Zealand during the 1970s, the act of the dawn raids heavily impacted who we are, especially today. These trials, which made way for our Pasifika people to illuminate their paths to triumph, not only tell the stories of our past, but are living narratives that shape our present and future as Pasifika people. Bringing light to the historical significance, the resilience and strength showcased by our Pasifika communities, and how these legacies have paved the way for our younger generations today. Initiated in the 1970s, the Dawn Raids were a series of targeted actions by the New Zealand government towards Pacific Islanders, towards our ancestors, our culture, and our newly created lives. A system built against our brown skin, deeming us as overstayers, catching us unexpectedly, barging in our homes in the early morning hours, often with excessive force. Our people were given no remorse. Instead, we were used as a scapegoat so the government would be able to dodge their economic anxieties and xenophobic attitudes. But why us? Were we seen as an easy target, able to smoothly be discarded by the New Zealand government? Families were abruptly awakened, doors were broken down, and the stinging image of individuals being taken away stays planted in our minds. This era in time not only highlights the systematic racism and discrimination, but also serves as a reminder of how fear and prejudice can alter public policy and societal attitudes. Through the trials and tribulations planted upon our people, our Pasifika communities continue to show great strength and resilience. Despite the fear and uncertainty, families and individuals stood firm, drawing strength from their rich cultural heritage and deep sense of community. Despite what seemed to be all odds against us, we looked onto our faith, hoping it would guide us through the trenches to come out victorious. Their resilience was evident, not only in their abilities to withstand adversity, but also in their efforts to fight against the injustices through their various protest movements. Community leaders and activists mobilized to form advocacy groups like the Polynesian Panthers, who played a crucial role in bringing these injustices to light and supporting those affected. This action demonstrated the power of unity and cultural pride in our Pasifika nations overcoming adversity. The resilience shown was not just a matter of enduring, but of actively resisting and reshaping the narrative imposed on them. The legacy of the Dawn Raids has left a long-lasting mark on Pasifika culture and identity. The experiences of our people during this period have been passed down through generations, ensuring that our younger communities remain strong in the fight for expressing their cultural identity. With the ongoing influences of colonization, we remember those stories in order to foster solidarity in our communities. These stories aid as a driving force in the efforts of preserving and promoting Pasifika culture. The Dawn Raids have also underlined the importance of standing up against injustice and advocating for equality, inspiring the next generations to take the stance and become leaders who challenge the social norms put against us Pasifika people. Today, the stories and lessons from this period continue to be a source of strength and resilience, reminding us of the importance of remembering our history to build a better future. In conclusion, the Dawn Raids serve as a stark reminder of the challenges faced by the Pasifika community and how they have paved the way for the likes of me and you to be standing here today. Although it also highlights the challenges of our faith, it brings light to the incredible resilience and unity from our communities that defied all odds put against us. The legacy of these events continues to shape our Pasifika culture and identity, serving as a beacon of hope that together we can fight against injustice and preserve our cultural lineage. Let us honor the courage of those who endure these trials and continue to strive for a future where justice, equality, and respect for all cultures prevail. Thank you.
Whawhitai, Angelina, thank you so much. We'll give our judges a bit of time before we move on to our next speaker. For those that are needing to head out, please, this is your opportunity to do so, and to welcome new ones in to come and take their seats. Mahalo. Awesome. We're going to move on to our next speaker. So can we please put our hands together for our next speaker from Palmerston North Girls High School, Shalom Cookie.
Where a welcome became unknown, and the same place that they would intrude in was the same place that our children will call their home. Raiding their homes at dawn and robbing innocent families of their sense of safety and security. Like skilled sailors, our ancestors navigated these treacherous waters with courage and tenacity, their spirits undeterred by the storms of adversity. And so, as the Pasifika youth, for those who are directly and indirectly impacted, how we become their living legacies to honor them is important. Through nurturing our cultures and traditions, educating and raising awareness, but also carrying on the legacy of activism. Amidst the turbulence, our ancestors planted the seeds of cultural pride and solidarity, roots that continue to anchor us today. As Pasifika youth, we inherit not only these stories, but also their responsibility to steer our communities towards a future anchored in justice and adorned with the vibrant sails of cultural heritage. A nation's culture resides in the hearts and in the soul of its people, Mahatma Gandhi. Through nurturing and preserving our culture, we may provide comfort to those impacted by the Dawn Raids using the art of our practices. Because through my hands, I can express their struggles. Through my voice, I can sing of their stories. And through speaking, I can pay tribute to those who, and in spite of their circumstances, persisted in practicing our customs for the benefit of us, their legacy. A strong weapon for transformation is knowledge. To ensure that Dawn Raid's significance is never overlooked or downplayed, we must enlighten ourselves and other people about their history. Let us converse, teach our peers, and push for curriculum that honors that many histories and contributions of the Pasifika peoples. Lest we never forget our history. Therefore, we will never fail to seize any opportunity that would come our way. They endured so that we could thrive. So it's only our right to signify that the likes of you and I will not be determined by the expectation that we do not belong in this nation. Speak up in favor of laws and procedures that advance equality and social justice for Pasifika communities. Engage in efforts against immigration laws that replicate the abuses of the Dawn Raids, as well as against prejudice and racial profiling. We are their legacy. We are their future. How we can honor those who suffered a great deal is to ensure that it does not happen again. Using our leo as tangata Pasifika to safeguard the pride and innocence of our communities. I stand as a representation of you before you today. You stand as a representation. Everyone here does.
Being able to come together to celebrate our cultures is a privilege, though it should be our right. This grand scheme, that for our people then, stayed simply a mere dream. We are their legacy. Through honor, we must serve. This is my plea.
My Lord, love, Shalom. One more round of applause, please, for Shalom. Shalom is our first person to take the mic away and just use her natural voice to project, a skill in itself. So we acknowledge you in doing that, and let it be a challenge for the rest of our young people to not be barred by the microphone, that they're allowed to use just their leo, as you said, and their voice to project their story and their lived experiences here on stage. We're just waiting for our judges to wrap up and some of our people, family members from outside to move in. And then we'll move on to our next speech from Palmy North Girls High School. Awesome. Let's all put our hands together for our next speaker, Gyra Williams.
And I look towards the horizon, a waka, paddle, paddle, paddle. The breaking of the waves, paddle, paddle, paddle. The spray of the sea, paddle, paddle, paddle. It's a journey. You represent the distinctive beauty of our islands, a unique identity that is solely yours to embrace. But how is it that the creases on our skin, the dimples on our cheeks, the curves of our bodies, and the thick hair in our heads are rather not simply admired, but instead seen as a threat? During the dawn raids in the 1970s, our people were portrayed, falsely portrayed as those overstaying Pacific Islanders that have taken away the jobs of the people of Aotearoa, portrayed as those loud and disturbing immigrants that were the reason for the economical issues that arise in New Zealand. Why did the color of our skin resulted our ancestors, our loved ones, our homes to be attacked? Why were we taking the blame for all these things when our people weren't the ones that caused it? You see, all these questions asked can be answered in one word, and that word is racism. But we're not here to talk about racism. We're not here to complain about how this world is so against us. We're not here to focus on that trauma. We are here to make a difference, to overcome the generational curses that withers upon us. The dawn raid symbolizes the power that our Pacific people embody. And it symbolizes the journey our ancestors had to overcome by paddling through those waves of discrimination. To those who have lived through that dark chapter, your pain is not forgotten. Your resilience is our inspiration. Your strength is our foundation. Today, we transform that pain into a source of empowerment. Therefore, to my young people out there, you are more than just a brown face. You are more than just statistics of this nation. You are more than what your stereotype to be. Now, can I get everyone to repeat after me and say, I am a conqueror. But because of God, you are made to be more than a conqueror. Can I get an amen? Amen. We have the strength to conquer the battles we will face. Life is never easy, but if we learn to be that powerful impact, the paths for our Pacifica people will form, and we will see greater opportunities that we could have never imagined. Therefore, we as youth need to use our time wisely and carry forth this almighty power that we were born to show. So pursue excellence, celebrate your culture with pride, advocate for justice, speak your language proudly, support your brown brothers and sisters next to you, as we are the future to break the chains that traps the voices of our communities, the future that will continue to uplift and carry the legacy of strength from those witnesses. Yes, there will be obstacles. Yes, there will be challenges and barriers, but that is all part of our journey into becoming that living legacy.
As I look towards the hills and I look towards the horizon, Avaka, Oya, Oya, Oya. This will be our journey.
Wow, let's give one more hand of applause for Gyra, please. My Lord lover. Thank you, Gyra. I just want to, it's very natural that the motto for Palmerston North Girls High School is forever upward, because you guys are really setting the standard upward for this for these speeches. But also, what's really exciting is that my role as an MC, the ones that are no longer youth, we have a great generation of young people coming through that will take these roles and are so much more engaging and so much more talented in these oratory roles for the festival. So I'm excited to hand over the mic, hopefully after this year, to our next generation that can come and take this space, because man, it is definitely theirs and they definitely own it. So thank you to our speakers so far for the work they're doing. Our judges are ready. We're on to the next, our next wahine from Palmy North Girls High School. So if we can put our hands together for Talia Vili Vili.
Today we gather here not just to remember, but honor and reflect on the chapter that is shared in history and has left a mark in our hearts. The dawn raids of the 1970s. It was a time of immense hardship and suffering for our Pasifika Island, the communities in New Zealand. Families were torn apart and a cloud of fear and mistrust loomed over our homes, leaving scars that still affect us today. The lasting legacy of dawn raids is deeply embedded in our collective consciousness. It reminds us of the pain and the trauma endured by our elders, whose hands, with stories untold, gripped tightly to the hope that their children would mold a better future. The experiences continue to influence how we, as Pacific Islanders, navigate our place in this land we call home. As Psalm 23 verse 4 reminds us, yet though I shall walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. For those who have been impacted of the dawn raids, this passage is not merely a biblical verse, but a testament to our resilience, our faith, and our unwavering spirit. To those who have lived through the dark chapter, your pain is not forgotten. Your resilience is our inspiration. Your strength is our foundation. Today, we transform that pain into a source of strength. We embody our values of our ancestors, becoming living legacies that honor your sacrifices and struggles. Pasifika youth, you hold the torch of our heritage. By engaging and promoting our cultural practices, traditional dance, music, language, and art, you persevere and celebrate our rich history. Organize and participate in cultural events that educate others about our heritage. Embrace fusion, where the old and new come together, honoring our roots while evolving with the times. This journey is not about participation, it is about leadership, advocacy, and relentlessness, commitment to social justice. We must step into roles of influence and create spaces where Pasifika voices are heard and respected. We must build a future that not only remembers the past, but also actively corrects its wrongs. Our elders, we pledge to carry forward your resilience and wisdom. To the youth, I urge you to be living legacies of our people. Take up the mantle of responsibility and ensure that our stories are not just remembered, but celebrated. Together, let us transform the legacy of Dawn Raids from one suffering to one of empowerment and cultural pride. Let us ensure that the history of contributions of our communities are honored and woven into fabric of New Zealand's national identity. We carry the strength and the wisdom of our ancestors within us. With that, we can build a brighter future for all. Let us move forward with courage, unity, and unwavering commitment to honoring our past while shaping a just and vibrant future. Tokelau.
Just a few things before we move on to our last two speakers from Palmy North Girls High School. If you are the judge for Ngana Tuvalu, if you can come to the front, your front left table for Amori to mark. Also, if you're from Horo College, if you can make your way also to the front left table on your left to come and register yourself so that we can have you ready for your speeches, that would be awesome. And just a reminder as well for our speakers, if they can stand in the center of the masi, ngato or tapa behind me, just so that the live stream can capture you in your wholeness and your fullness. So just a reminder for all speakers just to stand in the middle of the siapo and tapa cloth behind me. I think we are ready to go. So we're gonna we've got two more speakers, and so without further ado, I'd like to introduce and invite up Agape Simisi Suleiman.
Power, power, power. Power to the people. This is a phrase that was often repeated but hardly ever put into action. Can you imagine being woken up to the sound of your doors being broken down? The same doors that were meant to protect you were being broken down by the people who were meant to protect you. Imagine being welcomed into a country to increase the economy only for the same people to turn their backs when we are no longer wanted. Hello, my name is Agape Simisi Suleiman, and today I will be discussing the reflection of the Dawn Raids in 3 main points. What are the Dawn Raids? The impact of the Dawn Raids, and lastly, the perseverance of our people and culture victimized by this traumatic event. New Zealand was, and still is, known as the land of milk and honey, a common phrase often used by our Pasifika communities. Pasifika had envisioned New Zealand as a country that provided everything you need and much more. This belief of the economic and personal opportunities amongst Pasifika people laid the foundation of the many migrations of Pasifika that later entered New Zealand. Pasifika people were encouraged by the New Zealand government to migrate due to New Zealand's lack of workers in the labor-intensive jobs. But as soon as the economic crisis hit New Zealand, our people became scapegoats. This event impacted New Zealand society's perception of Pasifika people. As I stand here today, I look out and I see a Pacific Ocean of brown excellence. You see, being a part of the minority, our people are pigeonholed into a certain image. Our academic skills have limits. We are asked by athletic skills every minute, asked to speak English so they can seek a mispronounced word to gimmick. I'd rather just type. To avoid being asked while I'm well-spoken because I'm brown, again, I'd rather just type. I am not athletic, but due to the stereotypes, I'm compelled to try. I'm intelligent, but I'll take the lower achieving classes because it's full of my kind. These thoughts are the impact of this event. Perseverance, something our people showcase time and time again. As the fine mat covered the representative of the government, the darkness underneath represents our history. The hands of our ancestors are imprinted in the fine mats. As the Pasifika elders wept in liberation, it flooded our Pacific Ocean. This was the apology. For years, our Pasifika people have persevered under strong Western ideologies, and their hard work is evident through me simply standing before you today. This event itself is living proof of the resilience and the perseverance of our people. This dark event fostered a distrust between the Pacific and the government. However, our people did not use their knowledge that goes deeper than the Pacific Ocean for us to conform to a future that society has already predicted for us. Our culture is the root of our identity. Wherever we set foot, our values ground us. When we speak our native tongue, our words are spoken with dignity. When the warrior inside of us starts to cry, the mana of our ancestors whisper, "You are brave." You and I come from a lineage of warriors. Our identity is not our biological makeup. Our identity is not an assumption. My identity will not be dictated by the events of the dawn raids. Amen. Can everybody in the room please say power to the people? Power to the people! Of Talia.
Amazing work, Agape. One more round of applause. And we're going to our final speaker for Pami Girls North High School is Santel Niue. So we'll invite you to come and speak, again with no microphone, setting a standard for the rest of our young people coming through. Mahalo.
Judges, teachers, students, and family. During the Dawn Age era, our Pacific people were rounded up like animals, defined by the color of their skin. It was a decade of shame for our people, and one of the darkest chapters in our history in New Zealand, which deeply scarred our people, both physically and mentally. This discriminative treatment, however, created a strong sense of unity and solidarity amongst our Pasifika community. Today, we honor the legacies that emerged from the shadows of adversity, our Dawn Raids warriors. Using their talent and initiative, they challenged and conquered the system and brought triumph to the legacy, to our communities, shining a beaming light of hope. Through the Polynesian Panthers, though they encountered discrimination, social inequities, and being pushed into the dark shadows of society, their admirable bravery demonstrates that we can thrive to create a fairer and more vibrant tomorrow. Their selfless actions helped to create a triumphant legacy that was at the time brave and continues to inspire and ignite us today. Within our diaspora Pasifika community, our heritage, journey, and cultural expressions are weaved together with our arts, education, and spirituality, thus creating strong foundations for our families. Through these paths, we have seen individuals emerge as rays of light and positive role models for change. A proud and prominent Samoan scholar, Dr. Melania Niue, made outstanding contributions to tertiary education and research. Her work is well known in New Zealand and acclaimed internationally. Tokelau, a New Zealand-born Niuean, has advocated passionately for Pasifika and the rights of Indigenous people through his music and activism. Pastor Alex Toleafoa, a theologian of Samoan descent, kept his faith strong while advocating for the rights of Pasifika during the Dawn Raids era. So, how can we, as future leaders, sustain this legacy for our future generations? As we reflect on these inspiring Pasifika trailblazers, we are called to take action. For it is our time to make a stand and fight for our people. Together, we have the power and responsibility to be united and to uphold the legacy of our Dawn Raids heroes through resilience, collective strength, and hope. We can do this by embracing our culture and heritage, pursuing excellence in education, celebrating music and art, and honoring our spiritual values. Leaders of tomorrow, let us therefore stay connected as we continue to inspire future generations. Collectively, we can overcome adversity, thus creating a brighter, prosperous, and more inclusive future in which Pasifika can thrive. My name is Santel Niue, and I am a proud and future leader of Pasifika. Thank you.
Hello, Santel. Santel, I just want to make a special mention because she did 2 speeches today. one in Vangahau Niue, and she's done one in English. So thank you so much. As people are leaving and as people are coming, we'll just give about 2 minutes while our judges are wrapping up their marking sheets. If I could ask for anyone from Freiburg High School, if I'm Wole, come off their performance. Okay, sweet, that's okay. What we might do is we'll do 2 of our speeches from Horofunua, and our judge for Kiribati is still on their way. So we'll probably do 2 speeches, and then from there might have a little bit of a break before we move on to our other speeches. Awesome. Cool. So before we start, as mentioned before, the bell, one bell means one bell is 2 minutes. It's the 2-minute mark. Your speech is 3 minutes, and the double bell means 3 minutes. So that's a good opportunity to wrap up your speech. Please don't rush and breathe through it. It's totally fine. But I think our judge for our Kiribati is here too. So what we'll do is we'll carry on with our program. We have 2 speeches in English, and then we have our other languages. So we're now going from Pami. We're driving around 45 minutes out of town to live in. We'd like to give it up. Well, first of all, to Horofunua College, but the first speaker from Horofunua College is Nia Yolanda.
Tapo mo tayo hamay. Nga tunga whakatapua. What are dawn raids? What caused these raids? Early 1970s, the dawn raid racially targeted Pacific Islanders, my people, our people. This took place as early hours in the morning. Officer enters home and demanded for everyone to present their passports and permits. As proof they're in the country legally, if you weren't able to present any IDs for confirmation, you would be arrested and deported back to your island. This historical event became impended in Aotearoa and well known across Pacific Islands. As a young Tonga girl, I studied the significant event with shock and disbelief. The story of dawn raids were targeted towards our people, racial injustice were targeted at our people, and discrimination began to increase as our people, Pacific Islanders, arrived to Aotearoa, New Zealand with visiting permits. As my learning expand on this event, I start to believe that this occasion is still continuing to evolve. I hear about many overstayers being deported, and I watch on social media where our people are struggling to find jobs. The political rights I learned that New Zealand is parliamentary democracy with a long record of free and fair election and guaranteeing political rights and civil liberties. There are 2 key themes that emerge in this history: unity and division. The shameful raids deeply touched the core of many Pacific Islanders, which made them question their place in New Zealand. In today's society, many islanders migrate to New Zealand where they have close family linkage, many employment opportunities, and causes of pollution pressure on some of the island. I am Tongan, but not Tongan to my family in Tonga. I am Parangi. I am New Zealander, but not New Zealand to New Zealanders. I am a coconut at worst, yet Pacific Island at best. Thank you.
Malo Alpito Nia. I mean, that is probably a big explanation of how big it is for our young people. They get to come and do this really nerve-wracking thing, and then the amount of joy they feel when they know it's over and they can escape. I hope your parents are going to give you a nice allowance for this week for your speech. We'll move on to our next speaker from Horofunua College. Best of the best. To Via Talia to come and speak. Malo.
Bring Show me your legal documents confirming your status in this country. Shh. They might hear you and imprison you. They scream it from the rooftops. The Pacific Islanders are nothing but second-class citizens that took their jobs, illegal immigrants and overstayers. Please, quick, we got to hide. From the broken glass on the floor, from the illusion that New Zealand was a land of milk and honey. Quick, 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 we have to hide, the police are here. This is a raid, come out. They will strip us from our beds. Shh. They might hear you. Stop us in the streets, break down our doors and disrupt our learning. All because we have pigment in our skin, the smile of our ancestors and the grace of the sea. Random immigration checks. Good morning, officer. Here is my documentation. I am Niue and I am of Samoan descent. When you look at me, you see a dropout, an FOB, rugby player, factory worker, cleaning lady who cannot speak English. Picture this, if you will. Armed officers breaking into homes under the covers of darkness, tearing families apart. Please, officer, please, my young siblings have passports. Instilling fear and trauma in the hearts of innocent individuals. The impact of the dorm raids cannot be understated. They tear at the very fabric of our community. That's the signal. We have to go. Undermining our values, our potential, and our humanity. The scars of these raids run deep, leaving my people with lasting wounds that may never heal. James verse 2. Have you not discriminated among yourselves and become judges with evil thoughts? We were racially targeted, demeaned, abused by police, belittled by society because of the racially motivated storylines pushed into the media above facts. Raiding the dawn, they say, but only to those who sing the songs of the islands. Shh, they won't like what you were saying. This was our reality though. Silly, they might hear you. They have apologized. But our trust was woven into the tapa and cut by the New Zealand government. For that, it will never be the same. Unless we take action to make sure history does not repeat itself. Pacific Islanders are, Pacific Islanders are, Pacific Islanders are. Who are we then? Mum, they found us. Thank you.
One more round of applause, please. What we're going to do is, once our judges have finished, we're going to do a change around, because then we'll go into 3 speeches in Taitaini Kiribati, from 3 of our Kiribati speeches from Horowhenua College. I think this is great because it shows the diversity of our young people, and that I think the capital of Kiribati is actually Horowhenua College, because they've got the most Kiribati speakers, which is really awesome. So once our judges have finished, we'll move our e-Kiribati judge to come and sit at the table to prepare for marking of our 3 young people here. Mahalo. Awesome. Welcome to our new guests in. As one of the partai Fisili or questions that popped up was if it can be recorded. Yes, you can record your young people, your own young people. Just no Facebook Lives, please. Yeah, because and there's sorry. Oh yeah, on Freiburg. I said if you guys can come, Freiburg can come over here from Woolley to the front table on your front left. That'll be awesome. And just house rules again very quickly that during the speeches there's to be no exiting and entering, just to allow our young people to focus on the task at hand and to give them the respect and the time. We're going to move on to Daini Kiribati, our Kiribati speeches from Hurufenua College. So first speaker from Hurufenua College for Daini Kiribati is Mita Taupaki.
Awal ni ada tanda ubi. Orang ni kau betul kita ye. Kau dia dia usah dia. Kau tinggal dia jadi kita orang nak kita. Orang nak awal Yesus Kristus kan ada ni. Cuma depan nak orang lagi nanti kita ye yo. Pentesuan yo awal. Sesuatu kita nak orang ada kita jadi. Kita dia yang ada sekolah yang jadi. Dan usiran. Iki sinabuhi pun andaran bunuhin na pera kimiyanga ari timiyanga ba oche gira iro yara usuwa giari desuwa yun tanga ro paisa pita. Temani bayan na ro wagina. Punjawati na kita tiriyai atawa ko. Kana ko pun garani nga mo ya. Bundu kono nun nesu ya na mausin tunungan ko. O bana ya bu bundu kana ya pulis meni ka tata na tarwan na maus. Amantan luruai upok na kada te ban ka kwawa mungkin kare ya hati suku nuansa temakuri ayo temak yang hari itu tara aja ki roiri aja ka dinile na wayo asa narana kan te pitile atando ko yon siate onde kiste ya kaya ari yang ya kare ke ta ko roai e bun mo min te wagi ni ka makuri ni ka ro ka te wagi ni ka Takawan iba yan degin na. Ari abunde kanya po ba beni. Kun me ana kon chen megina. Me ana kon chen megina ya kari ka takahanga yo meta. Pa ana nga ko na ni kateni ako ko raya na nawagi na ko ta utea kana na serious. Ani ko tori ka kana pe. Kurai. Ani ko tori ka kana pe. Kari kira na royo meta na ko pa. Ingin nan, agwa kon takay dibay, ayatan ako tinanong dibay, nangan gusto maya tawagi ay ito. Pani ka mga tabutan na nata, imugin ka tiyan. Pagi ni kay diri, naroon the Polynesian bandits. Kuro bay kay, apa ka ni katarat, tawawarwa kilo yaris, tigi ko ya kanti dibay. Pani ka suwatagi, no nataya, kain dibay. Imana ng kiriga kiman.
Koraba, Mita, I just want to acknowledge a lot of the again the confidence that these young people have to bring to the stage, and so as they talk about some of the experiences of their grandparents and families and communities. To the stage that we show them a lot of love after their speeches and just commend them. So thank you so much, Mita. And we'll move on to our next person, our next young person from Hurufenua College. So our next speaker will be Talia. Let's go,
Koe tātaupi. Ai ka whakari ne. Tēntere i rei. Men tāpo i ka whakakor. Ora kar. Sinara. O kami. Ai ka kamaro. Nang tai e. Kai ti me to meo me takapai. Ai sangarek te pongai. Pasinaro ye nanatangira te aso. Ai kurei Deita. Yang kami Maori di Kipes ya kami. Independent ni Maori aran narawe Yesu Kristo. Mari na no te pong tai ti metani on tete yon ta kanta ni nga ito po niyang ariasa ni din pa kanuan te tai no tau men o kanta ni oyeki ikaines me rairan ke nanon te po to niyang o yetei tai metikip ter akarai ito kanikai ikanoan temana ito kanikai ikanoan temana ikaines metmer yon usira skakowa irian aramana untakanga morara rik kaismek tap ayu asek oin aper benki sek oin aper aniko me ponang kora napete takandok ikai ibukin karekan baika arak ibukira menasir sataya pa wana kintero trinda kon tetapwe kon mon tineto o mais ka tokanikai dikpa kain tetapwe o mais aka asa nok pa yakirik sikuia o awon mais nap aka temeto ni nanon takanga niyang diken sikuia yaranak pa teoste enayo ori kaires ye kanon te meroron taye pa ama taikai atap inanon metuatuan temana inanon tetap wayu akuran karikia iya mapun eroiri akunan ni nasia akunan nokon tokta o maisi eka kaspo nangai arakibun koran taye to kanikai nonan aramana konang pobo kinaga nokon karikian to kanikai ari kona nangapa ari pobo kinangkai tai kai ite metami taye atikirisan ngai ikaw ngai nabe pasna kariki pai pa inte tatar luringia ora kai nanon ayaka ba awa karikia to kanikai kamrap akam penantik
Let's give another round of applause for Iwan. Again, it's such a beautiful thing that we're able to hear our languages here in this space. As you might know, that it's the decade for Indigenous languages under the United Nations. So even better to hear the ngangana or the leo or the languages of our ancestors here with us today, and that our young people are carrying that on. Our last speaker from Horowhenua College is none other than Pepe, Pepe Nakite, who will come and speak to us, our final speaker from Horowhenua College. Malo.
Ngai nakarakina niniyakin tiao sintakarang aina. Toroy ongora o karikia taningam menomero ayo. Karawa yangoya. Koroko ni musirawan musiran ore kena makuri. Ngaya gosugunako nape ni men. Karawa yangoya. Kous ni katoa karang aina nkatoroy ko nakon na makuri. Kutubutubu ko kabuki. Ko katoroy ang katawano ibukin na makuri. Karawa yangoya. Ebondeke paanwam ni katopong. O mimi takarang aina tawana. Kung takarebe. Ang kia ko ka temetara ay praisement. O ko kaburia gine. Ko pun sisirang gini ko patirate kay ruay ko koraya. Yon nusiran ke jebe ayo ntanga rua pupo isipui tabun. Ayo te pai Isaki toki nungongo te akan te kareperepe intakarangaina. Na koira ngaira kain tipitipiki ibukina pa Isaki pungia kin jebe ayo ke yaki roirin sikura pa esa ni bene taya ke aravisa. Ibukimia kama kata te pai ana meroro akina. Pun te pai ete nini yakin te jaus intakarangaina. Ipukin ko kakia kain tipitipiki ake apene tain sikuia yon usiran. Oya tagi narana at dawn rates. Dawn rates ke nini yakin jau sintakarang Ipukin ko kakak kokoroak mendiririk tengar wapupa isipita pun. Arago braisman in takarang Na yaus kain tipitipiki on kasikia na ke apene tain sikuia. O koka kinakon na peya. Ngaira kain tipitipiki si mananga men apera ay kakokoro. Ndaw na kumei nusiran angin tetai ere kena ara makuri. O sisuku na kunebe ni makuri. Hengen ke pene tain sikura. Intaya kani o ekorokora tiaki makuri yon nusiran iroya pun kain tiape ayo. Ngaya area taraya pa makuria na ke eagiro ire sukuya. Ngaya kakepua tetapu ni makuri. Ipukin ay puki-pukian ay kani. O presimen aki tokin roko ninia ay aus kain tipitipik. Imain usin tai o ni kokia na kon na peya. Ipukin aururing na koya akana sando takiay mea ay koragi. Opun na koira ni kapene kain tipitipik. Pa ekakawa kirora pa sinuringa pa tera pai ay kariki mentewa kayo. Tera sirota ki meyay. O tera reirara meyay. Tete metua ni koururinga merurua yana o tete kinakin intaino ko pa songa ni mga rota kintawag di puaka kayo na koira kain tipitipik. Kamning pesindaba.
And one last round of applause for Pepe and for Horowhenua College. It's so amazing to see young people like Pepe who I've seen growing up over the past 5 years. Strong young women and men who are strong in their identity and their culture. So thanks again, Horowhenua College, for joining us. If you are from Makota College, as well as Fielding High School, if you could come to the table at the front left and register for Mulmule. That's right. Welcome to our guests. For those just joining us, ma'alole soifua, ma'alole ma'atafi, ma'alo e tau lava, kamni bei ni mauri, and kia orana koto katotoa. And warm Pacific greetings to all of those that are joining us. Our young people, please find a seat here on the space. But also make sure that if any of our matutua or any of our older people come through, please make a space for them to sit. But it's awesome to have you join us. So again, just to make that clear for Makota College, our speaker from Makota College and our speakers from Fielding High School, if you can come to the front for Mulelava to register and make sure that you're ready for your speech. I think it's Fielding High School, is that right, at the back? If you can come and just take a seat or sit around here for Mulmule, yes, please use the space at the side, just so that we can keep it clear for any of our other ainga and whānau that want to come and sit as well. Feel free to take a seat and feel comfortable. I'll just do a few house rules so our new members, our new family members know what's going on. Our guests at the door, please come in, don't block the doorway. Could I know what school you're from, please? They've just walked in. Fielding? Off. Palmerston North boys. Awesome. Cool. Awesome, cool. So we'll run quickly over the house rules again for those that have just come in. If you're here for the speeches, you're in the right place. In terms of the rules, again, just to reiterate, fire and earthquake. In the case of an earthquake, drop, cover, and hold. Again, there's not much to hold on to, but I'm sure we'll find a way together. Together forever, tato e. For those with phones, if you have your phone, please, lava, if you can turn it on airplane mode and silent, just because we want nothing to distract and to throw off our speakers who are here showing their talents today, and giving us their confidence. So please turn your phones off. No unnecessary talking as well during the speeches. It should be a no-brainer for our Pacific people. We kind of respect those that are talking up at the front. So please give that fa'aloalo and respect to our speakers coming up. At a 2-minute mark, the speeches are 3 minutes long, but at a 2-minute mark, you'll hear a ding. Doesn't mean that dinner's ready. It just means that there's two minutes has gone and there's 1 minute left of our speeches. And at 3 minutes, you'll hear means we're going to fight. But not in this one. Usually you hear that in a boxing ring, but over here it means that 3 minutes is up. So for our speakers that are here, it's not a time to rush, but more of a time to try and consolidate what they have and bring their speech to an end. As you all know, it's very nerve-wracking. So if you feel something that makes you, if you feel something from the speeches going on today that makes you feel ma'afana or warm inside, please react. Just don't go overboard because that will take away from the speakers. But if you do feel like a sense of cheering or to hype up, again, not over the top for our speakers on stage, particularly if you have an affiliation to them, please do. And again, shout out to all our listeners and viewers from across the motu and across the world that are tuning in through our live stream on YouTube. And if you want to go and share that with family that can't be here, please do. But we're going to move on to our next speakers, all the way from Freiburg High School. I'd like to welcome up Shalom Kolofale.
The clock strikes 3 a.m. and the world holds its breath. In the tense silence of pre-dawn darkness, shadows lurk with purpose. Boots dance softly as they begin to walk in as forces move with stealth determination. In the stillness of night, the air shakes with tension, each heartbeat echoing through the dim halls. It's the witching hour, the time of reckoning, as dawn rays descended like silent thunder, shattering the glass of action. In this dance between darkness and duty, lives hang in the balance of their decision. Destiny has been forged and misplayed in the crucible of early morning hours. The world awakens to a new reality where justice wears the cloak of the night and the line between hunter and hunted blurs in the shadows. The negative aspects of dawn rays lie in eruption, disruption they bring to the lives of those who have been targeted. As the world is in a slumber, individuals find their ways abruptly in chaos, their homes invaded, their privacy violated. The sudden feeling of the rays leaves no time for preparation or defense, leaving those targeted feeling vulnerable and violated. Families are torn apart, relationships shattered, and trust endured as loved ones have been taken away or implicated in unfolding drama. The positive aspects of dawn rays lay between freedom and peace, brings the lives of those through the pathways of uncovering the true layers of truth. Behind the stereotypes or walking freely, in our actions or defenses, our truth has come to light. Hoping and praying we are saved, families are brought together, relationships have become one, and trust has been built. Gathering more information and more evidence leads our people to the freedom that they have been praying for. Though we and our generation before us have been so much, we managed to have life through of
life full of upcoming obstacles and overcoming adversity. We pray that our next generation has been brought up with a better community and a peaceful environment. Malo pito.
Awesome. Let's give another round of applause for Salome. Malo Albito. Our next speaker from Frybrook High School, as our judges are finishing up their task sheets, is Amiria Tefaiti. Malo, let's give a hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gathering here today. We are here to acknowledge and reflect upon a significant yet painful chapter of our history known as the Dawn Raids that occurred in New Zealand in the 1970s. These events marked the early morning police raids targeting Pacific Islander families, leaving an indebted scar on our community and nation. Dawn raids began in the 1940s and continued into the early 1980s. These raids were a government response to a prospective issue of overstayers or individuals who remained in the country after their visa had expired. However, the implementation of this policy disproportionately targeted Pacific Islanders, despite the fact that majority of overstayers were from Europe or Northern America. This decidedly highlighted the critical aspects of the Dawn raids. They were not just a matter of immigration enforcement, but a manifestation of racial prejudice and discrimination. To understand the Dawn raids, we must look on a broader socio-economic and political content at the time. Post-World War II, New Zealand experienced significant economic growth and demand of labour soared. The government encouraged migrants from Pacific Islanders, promising opportunities and prosperity. Thousands of Pacific Islanders heeded to this call, contributing significantly to New Zealand's workforces, partially in industries like manufacture and agriculture. However, in the 1970s, New Zealand faced economic downturns with rising unemployment and inflation. The political climate shifted, and immigrants, partially those who are Pacific Islander, scapegoated from the country's economic woes. These scapegoats culminated in the Dawn raids, where police forcibly entered homes in the early hours of the morning, often without warning, demanding proof of residency. Families were dragged out of their beds and subjected to humiliation and fear, and in many cases, deported. The impact of these raids on Pacific Islander communities was profound. Families were torn apart and a deep sense of mistrust and authority took root. The psychological trauma inflicted on these raids cannot be overstated. Children witnessed their parents being treated like criminals and entered communities that were stigmatized and magnetized. Dawn raids also sparked significant resistance and solidarity movements. Groups like the Polynesian Panthers, inspired by the Black Panther movement in the United States, emerged and evoked for the rights of Pacific Islanders. They organized legal aid, education, and protest, bringing attention to the injustice and precarity. The efforts were instrumental in galvanizing public opinions against the Dawn raids, highlighting broader issues and racial discrimination. On Sunday, August 1st, 2021, the Prime Minister at that point had apologized formally for the actions that had taken place 53 years ago. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern acknowledged the profound hurt and suffering by the raids that recognized bravery and resilience of the Pacific Islander community. This apology, while a significant step to reconciliation, cannot undo the past. However, it serves an important acknowledgement to the wrongs committed and the need for ongoing efforts to address racial equality. To sum up the information, dawn raids were a dark period in New Zealand's history marked by racial injustice and suffering, yet they also sparked a movement of resistance and solidarity that reminds us of the power of community and resilience. As we remember the dawn raids, let us commit to building a future where such injustice has no place. Let us honour the experiences of those who endured the raids by striving in a society embracing diversity, champions equality, and standing against discrimination in all its forms.
Whaafitai, media. One more round of applause as well for Freiburg High School and their two speakers from the high school. Whaafitai lava. We're going to continue on onto our next. This one's a special one representing her whole high school of Makota College. If we can all give a warm applause and pati pati mai for Gyra Tupo.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, today we gather to reflect on a troubling chapter in our history, the era of dawn raids. These early morning immigration enforcement actions were not just official procedures. They were moments that shook communities and shattered lives, such as ourselves. The dawn raids initiated in the 1970s. They were a dark stain on the fabric of New Zealand society. They targeted Pacific Islanders with ruthless efficacy. Under the guise of immigration enforcement, families were torn apart, communities shattered, and dreams disrupted. All under the banner of systemic discrimination, yet out of the darkness emerged stories of courage and alliance. Imagine waking to the knock on your door at dawn, greeted not only by the rising sun, but by uniformed officers. Their presence, threatening and unwelcome. Families torn apart, children witnessing their parents taken away. Lives upended in moments. This was the harsh reality faced by many in our communities. Dawn raids were not just about enforcing immigration laws, they were about power dynamics, about targeting vulnerable cultures, about instilling fear and division. They reminded us of a time when human dignity was compromised, when basic rights were disregarded in the pursuit of controlling expediency. As we move forward, let us commit to building a future where justice, equality, and dignity are not just ideals, but lived realities for all. Let us ensure that the triumphant Pasifika legacies of resilience and strength continue to inspire us to create a society where every individual is valued and respected. In closing, let us remember that the dawn raids may have casted a shadow, but it was in that shadow that the Pasifika communities vowed the strength to rise, to thrive, and to leave an indelible mark on our collective history. Their legacies reminded us that from struggle comes strength, and from adversity comes triumph. Whawhitai lava.
Mahalo lava Gyra, and also Makota College, ripping you guys big time. We'll let our judges settle their sheets. Though they're judging, we're trying to reframe it. It's not judging. They're here to provide some critical feedback, because judging can be a bit judgmental. So they're providing critical feedback so that you guys can elevate your skills and do better for next year, or do better for your jobs, or whatever you continue to do if this is your final year of high school. We're going to move on to our next high school, which is Fielding High. Fielding High School, which is beautiful because we are represented here by many different islands from Samoa, Tuvalu, and Fiji. So it's beautiful that we have our young people here representing those islands and probably more here today. So if we please also our school, if you would like to take up the seat, that's totally fine. If your legs are getting a bit sore, feel free to take a seat. But our first speaker from Fielding High School is Vernon Ioane Sio.
Yep, that's good. Yep. Imagine sleeping and all you hear is open the door, police. Or imagine sleeping knowing that when you hear the police sirens, you got to get up fast and go to your hiding spot. On the 25th of April, we have Anzac Day, dawn services. But for us Pasifika people, dawn relates to something else. Yes, today I'll be talking to you about dawn, about a reflection on the dawn raids. There are 3 main points I'll be discussing today: protesting to prove we are fighting for ourselves, why we came to New Zealand, and racial targeting. As I've been told before, the hardest thing to do as a poly is keep our hands in our pocket and mouth closed. We all knew that New Zealand was the land of milk and honey. When the Polynesians found out about the government enforcing their rules about sending Polynesians back, it traumatized them because they never knew who was next to be raided by the police. But no, as I've said before, the hardest thing to do as a Polynesian is keep our hands in our pocket and mouth closed. During the 70s, there was a wave of young people who began to stand up to question the authorities, including a group called the Polynesian Panthers. This probably came to a point that we had beef with the Palangi people, not only from them, but from our own as well, asking, why are you doing this to the Palangi? Why are you fighting the police? The answer to these questions was because they needed to change, and for that to happen, we needed to let them know. We've all heard that joke before. Where's your visa, Sole? But no, it's not a joke. The question a lot of the government and people ask is, why did we come to New Zealand? I asked my mum and dad this question. My dad said his first thought on New Zealand was the land of money. I asked my mum. She said the reason their parents wanted us to come to New Zealand was because they wanted us to have an education and a better future, to have something that inspires us. When everybody from the Pacific came to New Zealand, the government noticed a large change in the immigration. They came up with an idea to put people from the islands to work in the factories. And we were fine with it until the government enforced their rules about sending Pacific people back to the islands. And when your phone rang 3 times, it was a sign that the immigration was coming to take you back to your country. The saddest thing about the dawn raids is that it was more racial targeted towards us polys. What I didn't get when researching about this topic is that why did they let so many of the UK people overstay? And when it came to us, they wanted to send us back to our islands. For me as a Samoan, the hardest thing to do is keep my hands in my pocket when somebody calls me a coconut. The dawn raids is something that we Polynesians won't forget. And the way we fought against it, the way we were racially targeted because of the reasons that our family wanted to come for better futures. Thank you.
Ma'alole tauma whai, Vernon. You've got a huge cheerleading squad over here. I can feel the mana on the side of the room. Let it continue as you've got 3 more from your school here. And as always, it's a safe space, but it's a loving space. So continue to cheer on your colleagues. Continue to cheer on your school and some of the other schools that are here too. Our next speaker, from Fielding High School is Amori Balenaisa. Who's coming to speak now. Mahalo, Binaka.
Yeah, that was sweet. The dawn raids are a part of our past, present, and future. I stand here today to address a part of our history that is overshadowed and overlooked by New Zealand. A part of our history that is of us, Pacific Islanders, here in New Zealand. I'm not here just to tell the story of what happened, but what led up to it and who was affected. Now, we've all heard those stories of our parents, of how they got to school, how they swam through rivers or walked for miles just to get to school, and how we have it easy. Well, something we can learn from these stories is that we need to be grateful for what we have. grateful for the opportunities through sports and education. That's because of their hard work. These are similar reasons as to why Pacific Islanders migrated to New Zealand in the 1960s. They started off in the inner city of Auckland, working as laborers in the factories. The jobs were plentiful at the time, all the way until the 1970s, when New Zealand's economy started to decline. With an increase in workers in the country, but a decrease in jobs, tensions were high in New Zealand, and New Zealanders were worried for their future. Robert Muldoon, leader of the National Party at the time, used this fear to further his campaign for Prime Minister, using Pacific Islanders as an scapegoat, blaming us for the reason of New Zealand's economical decline. With uncertainty in the air and a plan that's almost perfect sold to New Zealand citizens, Muldoon became the 31st Prime Minister, with New Zealand's largest majority vote. Now that we understand what led up to the dawn raids, we can talk about them. The dawn raid started in 1974, involving immigration officers and police officers raiding houses in the early mornings. Manase Lau, a Tongan immigrant that lived through the dawn raid, spoke about how at any moment his family was ready to go, constantly walking on eggshells, not knowing when they can go and when they're safe. From here, it only got worse. Muldoon issued a new law allowing police officers to ask for paperwork, visas, anything that proved that you weren't an illegal immigrant. The dawn raids ended in 1979, and through the chaos, broken families, broken communities, and an untrustworthy relationship between authorities. As a result of the dawn raids of New Zealand, Pacific Islanders have felt this effect as a long-reaching and lasting. Let this be a reminder of the importance to be vigilant against discrimination and to develop a society where diversity is celebrated, not shunned. Let us remember these stories that they've told us and honor their strengths. Let us work together to build a future where anyone, regardless of their background, can thrive without being persecuted. The dawn raids are a part of our past, present, and future. Thank you.
Vinaka vaka levo e mori. Another round of applause, please. Vinaka. Another great speech from Fielding High School, setting the standards high, and excited to hear the last two speeches from the school as well with our last two speakers. We've got two more speakers left from Fielding High School. One will be delivered in English and one in Ngana Tuvalu. So we'll do those ones. And this one's quite special because they're siblings. Am I right? Yes, siblings. So it's a family affair at Fielding High School. So it's really awesome to have our families come in droves, and we've seen sisters and brothers present here. And so to come and deliver our third speech and representing Nanumanga and Tuvalu is Dawna Poma with her speech.
Honorable judges, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Today I stand before you to discuss a significant and often painful chapter in our history, the dawn raids. These events took place in the 1970s. As Dr. Melania Nye describes these raids as the most blatantly racist attack on Pacific peoples by the New Zealand government in New Zealand's history. Pacific Islanders began arriving in Aotearoa as cheap laborers in the 1860s. The number increased after World War II, as more were recruited to fill labor shortages as New Zealand's economy grew. Early 1970s, New Zealand's economy was severely affected and the unemployment level rose. More Pacific Islanders arrived in New Zealand on visitor permits. Many needed jobs and decided to stay here. Most ended up as overstayers. Unemployment levels grew and we were accused of taking their jobs.
The dawn raids was to address the issue of overstayers. They occurred in the early hours of the morning when families were sleeping. Immigration officers, accompanied by police and their dogs, forced their ways into homes, demanding proof of residency and often deporting people on the spot. Although people from various countries had overstayed their visas, the enforcement actions excessively targeted Pacific Islanders, which was an act of racial discrimination. The raids deprived us of our dignity. The impact was devastating. However, it developed community resilience, strength, and courage among our people. Just as our people stood together as one, we must also stick together to overcome the contemporary issues that face our people. The raids also enforced the crucial preservation and growth of our culture. Our culture has been handed down through generations, and we carry it as a fundamental part of our identity. Furthermore, we were inspired to contribute to society in various fields, including sports, the arts, medicine, and more. In 2021, Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern issued a formal apology marking a significant moment for us, which was graciously accepted. To conclude, we did not allow the darkness of that period to define us. So let's honor this legacy by embracing our rich cultural heritage to keep our culture alive. Above all is our unwavering faith in God. Let's do this to honor those who were directly and indirectly impacted by the dawn raids. God defend New Zealand. Thank you.
Whakawhetai, for your speech. One round of applause, please, for Taua. We've got one more speech from Fielding High School. So after our judges have finished their marking, we're going to do a bit of a swap to our ngana Tuvalu judge, who's going to come and mark our last speech from Fielding High School. If you are from Palmerston North Boys High School and are speaking, if you can come and register with our table at on your front left, whakamululava, whakamolemole, kere, to the front, and we'll get you signed up and ready for your speeches straight after fielding. Awesome, cool. Our last speech, and then another special one. We've gone kind of all around the Pacific. We've gone to PNG, we've gone to Kiribati, we've gone to Tokelau, Tonga, come back to Aotearoa, and now it's really great that we get to go all the way to the beautiful islands of Tuvalu. So our last speech from Fielding High School is Faite Poma.
Malu fa masino, malu la to whakalongolongo, e ne whakamaton whaitu sangai time te ni. Toko ingok whai te poma, austam tae na Tuvalu. Te ulua te asa e whai pe ni, te manu malo tum whai ngā Pasifika. Se kilonga ki te pukenga whakapoi o tino Pasifika i te waweao, ton reid. Te pukenga o tino Pasifika i te waweao, se kupu te lak se e puli I loto o Pasifika I New Zealand ni. Se vai tau whakamai ki kilonga I lato ne pokotia. O tau sanga e awhi iwa se lau fitu sulu tupu. Ni tupu ye ya mea kona. Tino Pasifika nga mata mai ngā lue New Zealand, I te awhi walu se lau wana sulu tupu. Ni whanaka te whai numela mai toa te taua I te lua o te lalangi. Ni tino Pasifika ni mai ta whao ki New Zealand, ko se fia foki, ka ko fia ngā lue. Te la singa o la tau, ni o te maa losi o la tau visa, ka ni nofolo ngā lue, te la ko tai e tū la whonu. Te pukenga whakapoi o tino Pasifika I te waweao, nda ketike la tau ko la ko se lei o la tau pepa nofo. Ni ave taliangan te maa lo New Zealand, ki tino mai te matanga luenga o lola malanga, immigration, whakatasin polisi mani mo la tau kulihi. Ke ulukini ki o te I whale o ka ainga, Pasifika I tū la o te waweao, taimelo te la ko I moye ka ainga. Ne poi ka maa tako vale ka ainga I taimi te ena, ko la tau ko la ne mau atu, ko se leo lo tau pepa nofo, ne lokan polisi mani, kai whakamori ki o lo tau whenua. Stūlanga whakamaa, mo te se awa, I o mea manaia ne la ua ka ainga Pasifika. E ti inga te maa se a whainga New Zealand, ne loto maa losi tino Pasifika, o maa pōpo tō whakatasi atu, o tā ua atu ki tūlanga ko nāu. Ne la vea to whoki tā ua, ke whakamalo se tātou mwhaiwhainga, kai mai se ko taungana e loe ia ko se Pasifika. Tātou ke se mā, io me kilo whātau wā ke tātou, tūm tau watu whenua. I tausanga e lua whelua sulutasi, ne whait whakatoa singa te mālo, ne te ulo te mālo, che sinda a den. Ki whakapotopotonga Pasifika, ona ko mea kona ni tupu. Ka ne Talia te whakatoa singa te nā. Staimi whakawhia ki, kai whakamali e loto. Tala vou, o ke mau ke atu mwhaiwhainga, e loe ia ko se Pasifika. Loto mālosi, whakatau sa soani, kai whai tātou sanga, o atiaka te lau kele tēnei kon no whataua iei. Tum te mea tonu, ke moa e toi tupu te mea tēnei ka tāua. Kai maalunga iei, tali tonu kai whakatuanake ki te atua, i taimi katoa. Ke whakaaloalo nei tāua la tonu pokotia i te whakalawelawe tēnei ko te tone rate. Whaftai lasi.
So we're just taking about 2 minutes just to recalibrate and make sure that we're all prepared for our next speeches, just because it's a mixture of English and our different Pacific languages. So just bear with us, please, family, and this will allow some of our other ainga and whānau to come into the space and occupy some of the seats as well. Whaftai. Talofa lava, come, please feel free to come in. It's not a lecture. This is supposed to be a real fluid event. We'll do our formalities just for this section because it's our last. What's the word? It's our last run through the last part of the day. It's been a great day of speeches, but we've got 2 more schools left, and I think Palmerston North Boys High School is going to set the record for the most speeches done in one school, which is showing the talent of the school. Sorry, we can't give you an award for that, but that's a really good commendation to have, and it just shows the talent of the oratory coming out of your guys' school. So really awesome. But we'll go through some house rules just to make sure everything is safe and show that we're all prepared for the session ahead. So big malo le soifua, malo le matafi, malo e tau lava, kia orana koutou katoa. And all the greetings of the Pacific. Hello, Olaketa. It's so awesome to see you all. Before we get into anything, as always, in case of an emergency, in case of a fire, we exit out of the green signs. There's signs everywhere, but make sure we exit onto the front where the road is, on the footpath. And in case of an earthquake, we drop, cover, and hold. Again, we're still trying to find out what to cover under, but we'll figure that out as the time goes. In terms of phones, we ask for all phones to be turned to airplane mode or for notifications to be off. Any alarms for medicine, you might have to delay it just so that it doesn't, for your allopurinol pills, if you have gout, we have to just make sure that we delay it so that, that we don't get in the way of the young people and their speeches. You are allowed to take photos and videos of your young people. And also no Facebook Lives, please, just to avoid, just for privacy of our young people as well. The doors will close. So during the speeches, the doors will be sealed. And then it's only 3 minutes we keep you locked in, and then you've got 2-minute break to get out. But we just need to make sure that that's on so that our young people don't get distracted while they're doing their speeches. At a 2-minute mark during so the speeches are 3 minutes long. At a 2-minute mark, the young people will hear this. The one bell means 2 minutes have gone, there's 1 minute left. And then when the 3 minutes has happened, you've got 2, usually you hear that in an MMA or boxing ring, but for today, it means that your 3 minutes is done. So don't stop, just continue on and try and wrap it up. As we have said before, our people are great at speaking, but we can also be really good at consolidating the information and finishing our story really quickly. So I'm sure that's a skill that we see today with our young people, particularly from Palmerston North Boys High. But what we'll do is we'll start with, we've got a bit of an interchange. We've got some of our judges marking our English speeches, and then we've got some of our guests and other judges marking some of the other languages that are here today. So without further ado, let us continue on with the program. And our first young person to come and speak to us all today is Owen Hoke.
Hey Siri, who won the State of Origin? Hey Siri, what's the bus timetable? Hey Siri, what's the weather like today? Hey Siri, how do you apologize to a gravestone? I thought it was pretty cool that we learned about the dawn raids in school. To learn about the mistreatment, unfairness, racism, and injustice of our people. But I wanted to learn more, but I felt like it was rushed so that we could move on to the next topic. Everyone thinks it's finally time to learn about our history, but only 2 weeks until it's time to move on to the next part of history, where each of my Palangi friends have centuries of histories written for them. I wonder how my papa would feel if he would finally have found peace from the dawn raid. I wish I had time to ask him about it. Every time I visit him and Tuvalu over all the gravestones I walk past, I wonder if they had time to heal too. How do you apologize to a gravestone? As I talked to my nana about her memory of the dawn raid, there was a silence in her voice. The words that came out of her mouth next was, I could still see the police lights flashing. the sounds of the sirens, people screaming and crying. I could see the cage doors opening to let the dogs out, to hunt out people like wild animals. I can still hear the officers shouting, "Get him, boy, get him!" as tears ran down her face. My nana and papa were fortunate during that time, as they had their NZ residency. However, it was a stressed time trying to figure out how to hide those that were being targeted. They felt helpless and sad. Yet, despite the injustice inflicted upon them, the Pacific Island community responded with unwavering strength and solidarity. They stood tall in the face of discrimination, demanding recognition of their rights and dignity as human beings. The Dawn Raid was not just a moment of oppression, it was a catalyst for change, igniting a movement for social justice and equality. As we reflect on the Dawn Raid today, we must acknowledge the pain and suffering endured by those affected. We must confront the uncomfortable truths and commit ourselves to a past where building a future with such injustice are never repeated. We owe it to those who suffered and to future generations to strive for society where every individual is treated with respect and fairness. The legacy of the Dawn Raid is not simply one of sorrow and regret, but also of resilience and hope. It serves as a reminder that even in our darkest moments, we have the power to overcome adversity and create positive change. Let us honor the memory of those affected by the Dawn Raid by standing up against injustice, whether it may arise, and working together to build a stronger Pasifika community. Rest in peace to my papa. Mana pito for your perseverance. That is how we should apologize to a gravestone. Thank you.
Owen, can we give another round of applause for Owen, please? I'll say it once, I'll say it twice, and I'll say it once again. I hope that my role as MC ends at the end of this year, because there's so much talent out here in Palmerston North and in the wider mid-central region that should be taking over these roles. I'm so excited to see this generation of Pacific young people who have the oratory skills to carry on these formalities for us. And so what an exciting future for this region to have them fill in those roles. We'll move on to our next speaker from Palmy North Boys High School. So if we can all give a round of applause for Zion Williams. Look.
Kia ora tātou kātou toa. Let me first ask you a question. What does it mean to honor someone? Or let me rephrase that same question. What is the definition of honor? Giving my simple answer, I would say honor means to uphold something or think highly of someone. Obviously, these two answers could help define what honor means, but what does it truly mean to honor someone, and how can we honor someone? The dictionary defines honor like this: to regard and treat someone with admiration and respect, to regard or treat with honor. Let's focus on two words, admiration and respect. Can you all please say those two words? Admiration and respect. With those two words, listen carefully for these words throughout the speech. Okay, strong topic. Were we as Polynesians admired by the government in the years of 1974 and 76? Short answer, no. But why do we or I think this? Well, the stronghold of the Dawn Raids has had a long-lasting effect on us families, communities, or us Polynesians in general. Just imagine the crack of dawn, the loud, aggressive knocks of oppression, the beating forces of hurt, pain, and sorrow. Those feelings of trauma are still lurking in our communities today. But it is up to us as young people to overcome the lurking darkness that runs through our families impacted by the Dawn Raids. Isaiah chapter 41 verse 13 says, "For I, the Lord your God, will hold your right hand, saying to you, fear not, I will help you." Young people, let's not fear the pressure of carrying on the legacy of those before us. For God has not given us a mind of fear, but of prosperity. Let's look at it like this. Our people were navigators. We sailed across the Pacific Ocean from island to island. Our ancestors had to adapt to new environments and learn to seafare and navigate. Our ancestors are a testament to how far us Polynesian communities have come. Like our ancestors, our older generation migrated from the islands in which they had to adapt to a new third world environment, find their way through a new scene world. In this case, families impacted by the dawn raids had to navigate their way through a government of oppression, injustice, and racism. The strength and resilience of the Polynesian Panthers is the base and foundation for us as the next generation of leaders to look and rely upon. We must honor the ones who fought for our righteousness. We must show admiration to the families that continued to fight the good fight, while also recovering from generational trauma that the dawn raids posed. The courage and valiance of the Panthers to bounce back from a time of oppression is what has gained our honor and respect. Now we have covered why we must honor those that left legacies behind us, but now I must answer the question, how can Pasifika youth be living legacies who honor those directly and indirectly by the dawn raids? Now the keyword, how? Well, answering the question, how we can honor them is obviously not just a straightforward answer, but we can break it down by using the keyword success. Can everyone say success for me, please? Now, success is defined as the achieving of the results wanted or hoped for. What do us Pasifika want from the dawn raids? Well, we want justice from the government to make rights from wrongs. But what can we as Pasifika young people do about it? Now, here's my answer. By proving them wrong through success. By showing them we can also excel in professional spaces. We can also excel in education by working hard and achieving the results we never thought we were capable of. We can prove the government wrong through profound success. 2 Timothy chapter 1 verse 7 says, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." To everyone listening, not only will we overcome this obstacle through success, but through our success is through trusting in Him, leading us to the glory of God. In conclusion, this is not only a call to the government, but this is a call to us, our people, that we are strong, we are brave, we are conquerors, but most importantly, we are brown and beautiful. Thank you very much.
Peitaki Maata, Zion. I just want to get everyone to do one more round of applause, please. What's so beautiful, I want to acknowledge in the room some of our mamas with their Pepe, because it's so beautiful that our young people get to manifest these words of strength and resilience and overcoming, and hopefully our young babies get to soak that in, because there'll be the next generation of Pasifika Fusion leaders coming through and probably speaking on these stages, maybe give it 14 years time. So acknowledge our mamas here in the space. We're going on to our next speaker, to carry on the high standards set by Palmy North Boys High School. So our next speaker for today is Hugo Niuean. Malo.
I'll just leave it there. Judges and audience, thank you all for having me today. Let me ask you a question. Raise your hand if Pasifika Fusion was the first time you learned about the dawn raids. This is the same question I asked Pasifika at my school, and out of almost 100 students, less than 10 raised their hands. They all had a general idea about the dawn raids, but didn't know the true significance behind them. For us Pasifika youth, and honor them, we should aim to educate, stand against racism, and inspire the next generation. Only then we can show our gratitude for the courageous actions and sacrifices of the Pasifika people, our pioneers in the 1970s. It's crucial that we, as Pasifika youth, take the initiative to educate ourselves about the dawn raids. We can only effectively fight against something we know. Oscar Kitely's Dawn Raid's reflection is a powerful example of this, as he, like many of us, was barely, if at all, taught about this history in school. Therefore, it's our responsibility to learn from the struggles and triumphs of our ancestors. We must also acknowledge that the Dawn Raids themselves was a result of systemic racism. Therefore, Pasifika youth must take action against this ongoing problem that continues to affect our people. The Dawn Raids era was a dark period in our history, where the government indiscriminately targeted our people. But we shouldn't let those in power influence our autonomy to take action. Instead, we must stand up for what is right, even if it means standing alone. By educating ourselves and taking a proactive stand against discrimination, we as Pasifika youth can inspire the next generation. As the leaders of tomorrow, we should follow in the footsteps of our ancestors by creating opportunities. Remember, to inspire is great, but to inspire is an honor. By embodying discipline and embracing good values, we can become even greater leaders in our community. In conclusion, to all my fellow Pasifika youth, while those leading from the front did a lot during the Dawn Raids, do not think that you're not as capable as them. If you're putting a conscious effort into shining a light onto Pasifika, you're doing enough to inspire and empower Pasifika youth. You don't have to be the next Tokelau Ness, Melania Nai, or anyone among the influential leaders. Inspiring others and making a positive change in your community, our community, is a powerful way to honor those who fought for our rights and future. My name is Hugo Olivia, whakawelahi.
One more applause for Hugo, please. This is not the last time you'll hear from him, so whakawelahi until you'll find out just in a few more, not minutes, but in a few more sections before we welcome him back into the space. Let us carry on with our program. And just want to make a big shout out to some really hard roles, which is our judges. I know we haven't said much about them, but if we can give a hand of applause, please. But even though it's a hard job, what a huge honor to be able to be here to provide feedback and comments for our young people who are so talented and so inspiring for us all. So let's move on to the next, our next speaker. So if we can all give a warm round of applause for Lamont Livingston. Mahalo.
Here we are, the weakest group in society. We're being victimized, and so we have to fight back, if you like. And that's the thinking of 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds, which is what we were. And we thought we were doing the right thing. Will Ilula Hill, an original Polynesian Panther, spoke of these words that emanate the mindset of Polynesian youth during the infamous periods of the Dawn Raids. But when he factored the Dawn Raids and living legacies for Pasifika, it's hard to believe that great opportunities would develop due to all that conspired during the period. However, when he factored how we, Pasifika youth, could be living legacies to honor those directly and indirectly, the possibilities are endless. We could be pioneers of change, teachers that aim to educate the next generation of our people's resilience during the Dawn Raids. To all those in attendance, raise your hand if Pasifika. Raise your other hand if you know a relative who was directly affected by the Dawn Raids. You see, the Dawn Raids already have a long-lasting impact on our elderly, but the question is, what living legacy does it leave on us? Racial divide and unjust immigration policies initiated the tragedy known as the Dawn Raids. Multiple houses were raided. Brown-skinned people randomly checked riots left, right, and center. It was chaos, beginning in the young streets of Auckland and expanding throughout our nation. Deemed as the most racist attack on Pacific peoples in New Zealand's history, it was time for a change. A group of courageous 16 to 17-year-olds trailblazed the activist group known as the Polynesian Panthers, which solidified a legacy of non-violent protest-type justice against systemic injustice towards our people. Stand up if you're a young person and your future pathway is wanting to be a teacher. You see, even though the Dawn Raids was widely renowned and heavily criticized, it was recently introduced into our education system, but as a form of drama. But the question is, how can we be the change? How can we exceed the limitations of a legacy that fought against racial distinction? We must reflect on the resilience our people went through, the fear, the mental hardship, and the loss of pride. As Tokelau once said, we were exuberant voices yelling out in the dark. This portraying the resilience in a situation where fear was the first initial feeling. We must also reflect on the toughness. Our people lived in a country where the enforcers of law couldn't distinguish India from Māori, Tongan from Samoan, because as to them being brown skin equaled overstay. But my point is, in order for us to grasp the attention of our youth, in order for them to understand the importance that the Dawn Raid legacies would hold, they must learn of the negative and positive effects out on our people, and the inevitable outcomes it may have on our future. Our ancestors stood their ground so that we as Pasifika today could speak loud, stay proud, and be proud. So when you question how we, Pasifika, can be living legacies, how we follow the footsteps of our resilient ancestors, we must emphasize the need for racial unity against all acts of racism, to loosen the sour grip it holds on our nation. Secondly, we must educate the youth to further understand the importance of the positive and negative impact that the Dawn Raids had on our people, and what it may have if it occurs again. We fight against an enemy unseen. We fight for a life racist-free. We must join hands in cooperation. We must stand as a nation. Racism lives on, that stands as the truth, but their legacies live longer in our Pasifika youth. Thank you.
Also, let's give one round of applause for Lamont. Again, as mentioned before, Palmerston North Boys High School really setting a standard and bringing so much talent and mana to the speech competitions this year. So acknowledge the teachers and the parents and the families of these boys who have come to support them. But we'll move on to our next talented speaker here today after the doors close. So our next speaker is Josh Butty. Look.
Hello, my name is Joshua Patti. Thank you very much to all the judges and the audience here today. Imagine a history, forgotten to a large degree, which has made our families and communities stand where they are today in remarkable ways. This is the history of the Dawn Raids. It's a history of struggle and resilience that we as Pasifika youth have to honor. We start this journey in memory of our families affected by the Dawn Raids through education. After all, it is through understanding that we fight against the ignorance of this period in our history. These were not just eventful episodes of raids on our families, but complex realities underscored by fear and injustice. By learning about the past ourselves, we ensure that the stories of our stories are kept alive, the stories of our forefathers who have passed down these memories to us. Their stories we can retell by paying respect. Speak with a parent, grandparents, or older adult around you. Listen and tell others. By this, we create a collective memory that strengthens our community. In telling these stories, we feel the pain and sacrifices of those who came before us, and we will make sure that future generations think how vital our history is. This is not only essential and ingrained in community participation. We can actively take part in community activities through volunteering, attending cultural functions, and giving our support to Pasifika organizations. When we do this, we create one stronger, more united Pasifika. This will not only be a perfect gesture in memory of our ancestors, but also means to having a brighter future for our people. Your involvement is crucial to our collective success. We also embrace and with pride our Pasifika identity. Feel good about yourself and your origins. Our culture is rich. Preserve it and promote it. Celebrate our traditions, languages and values. In doing so, we pay tribute to the memories of our forefathers and ensure that their spirit continues unabated. Take pride in your identity and let this be a beacon toward our future, such as remembrance relating to dawn raids, the demand of multi-sided efforts concerning education, standing against racism, engaging with the community, striving for excellence, and celebrating Pasifika's identity. Every one of these things that we have done is in tribute to the resilience of our ancestors and their strength and courage. Let us therefore carry those lessons into our lives as we continue building a better future for our community. Thank you.
Whawhataiti lava Josh. Pati mai for Josh one more time. Again, it's a lot of work to come up and come up and speak to a group of people, let alone strangers and family. So we appreciate again the boys that have spoken up till now and what you brought to the stage. We're going to have one more English speech before we have some of our Pacific language speeches, and then we'll be finishing this section of our Pasifika Fusion festivities off with our English speeches again. So without further ado, I'd love to welcome up Liam Giokata.
It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to discuss how the events of the dawn raids have profoundly shaped and paved the way for our people. It has encouraged us to embrace our culture and identity, from protesting for what is right to ensuring their voices are heard. This has inspired us as a community to continue their legacy of resilience and advocacy. Our grandparents came to Aotearoa for better opportunities in employment and education. When they came, they brought with them their language, culture, values, and beliefs, all things we can identify by. The government at the time had racially targeted us, making our people feel hurt and embarrassed. Dear Pasifika youth, I'm here to remind you to be proud of your culture, be proud of who you are and where you come from. Strive to uphold our people's knowledge and share that with our future generation so that our culture is alive and thriving. During the dawn raids, it was a dark time for our Pasifika people who were faced with injustice and discrimination. It was also a time where the Polynesian Panthers challenged the narrative, giving our people hope. Dear Pasifika youth, it is important to also give the current and future generations that same hope. That starts with having awareness of the injustice that we face today and addressing it. Be courageous, confident, and show leadership. As a minority ethnic group in Aotearoa, we must be resilient in these events that happened to us in the past, including the dawn raids. We acknowledge that it happened, but it does not define us. Dear Pasifika youth, be the change to fight the stereotypes of being another coconut that falls behind in education, employment, housing, and health. Think about your future and how you can give back to our Pasifika people and communities. As the Samoan proverb describes, the toloa bird flies far, but will always return to the water. But we must do it together. Unite as one for a better future for our people and make the most of our opportunities. Because, dear Pasifika youth, your ancestors did not survive everything that nearly ended them for you to shrink yourself to make someone else comfortable. This sacrifice is your war cry. Be loud, be everything, and make them proud. Thank you.
Whawhataiti lava vinaka vaka level, Liam. One more clap for Liam, please. Whaimulmula lava. What we're going to do now is switch over. So if after our judges have finished, we're going to switch over and do two of our speeches, one in Te Reo Māori Kukiarani and one in Wangahau Niue as well. If we can have our judge for Te Reo Māori Kukiarani to come to the front just to let us know that you're here. And also, if you are our judge for Ngangana Tokelau, if you can just let us know if you are here in the room too, just in case. Mahalo. Awesome, cool. We are going to move on. So again, just want to re-emphasize the beauty of having our young people particularly speak our Pacific languages and keeping them alive through this platform. Again, it's the Decade for Indigenous Languages under the United Nations. So what a better way to honor our languages than to keep it alive by sharing the stories of our ancestors and our forefathers and foremothers through the dawn raids, but through our mother tongue and mother native languages. So we've gone all over the Pacific and we've gone to Niue before, but we're going back to Niue now. Again, I'd like to welcome back up to speak to us in his mother tongue in Wangahau Niue, Hugo Liuvae. Mahalo.
Whakalofalai atu ke he lilifu I ki whiwhili, tau whanau, whaionga mo e tau mamatoa. Toko whia la hamu tolu ne whai mena I loa hangao I he ke he ton rates. Hu e au ke he tau whanau aoanga Pasifika he boys high. Mai he se au, kawi ke he toko hongofulu ne whai mena I loa. Mahuinga ki a tau tolu e tau whuata he waha nei ke manatu e tau ngā huamitaki ha tau lau tolu ne tau se te ke te toko atu ke he taulanga tau ke lea he whakatu whono New Zealandi. Ko whakahangahanga ke lea aki e tau momoui he tau mga whaoa Pasifika. Ko I puhala foki ni hanei ke whakalilifu e tau tolu a lau tolu ia. Whakamoa, mahuinga ke whai whakakoanga hokulo a tau tolu ke I loa tonu e tala mooli mo e tau mena tutupu hanga ao I e ke he tone raids. Ha koe mena maeke whiwhi a tau tolu he waha nei ke wangahau hake mo e totoko atu kana kai loa katoa toa e tau tolu e mena ne tupu. Langa kina e tau mahani e ke whakakelea. He whakatu whono ke he ha tau tolu a tau tangata, ha koe ha lo tolu a tau loto kua pukeina ke he vihis asia. Vihi asia ha ko tau tolu koe tau tangata mai he Pasifika. Tu mau anga ia e tau mahani nei he tau papalangi he waha nei ki he ha tau tolu a tau tangata. Koe mena ia. Aua ia ne ke Talia e tau tolu ka kua lata ke wangahau hake mo e totoko atu. 5 hongofulu e longa he tau tō whai tau seanga e whakatu whono New Zealandi ke whakamole mole ke he lekua ne tau se e lau tolu ke he ha tau tolu a tau tangata. Maeke ia tau tolu he waha nei koe atu hau tupuhake ke tau se e tau ngā huamitaki ke whakakise e puhala ke he atu hau whoau ke e loa e lau tolu e mena kua lata po ke hako ke tau se. Mahuhinga ke whakawhiwhitaki a tau tolu mo e mumui toa ke he tau tauanga hui ha lau tolu I a koe tau toa he dawn raids. Ke eke a tau tolu mo e tau takitaki mahuinga mai ano iha. Ke whakaosi. Haku tau fuata he Pasifika. Moli. Toa moe maloloa lau tolu ko I tau fuata he waha he ke totoko atu ke he whakatu whono mo I lali ke langomatai ha tau tolu a tau tangata. Kai whakamawhana atu au. Mai ke foki ia koe mo au he waha nei. Koe puhala tonu ha nei ke whakakise e tau tolu e anga whakaue mo e whakalilifu ki alu lau tolu ne tau siolo ke nonofo monuina e tau tolu he waha nei. Whakaue lahi ko whanongonongo mai, ko ngohaku ko higali vai.
Another clap for Hero for second speech of today. Mahalo lava, whakaoe lahi. And quite special because he's had a few family members come and speak from different schools. So I can tell how big the Liuvae family are in Palmerston North. This must be Alofi centre over here in Levin, must be Kiribati. So our next speech to carry on our Pacific languages is going all the way to the drums of the Pacific, where it beats very strong in Kukiairani. So our next speaker coming back on to hit it a second time is Zion. So welcome back, Zion, for his speech in Te Reo Māori Kukiairani. Malo.
Kia rana tātou kātou toa I te aromata o te atua. Tiiia taku uianga ki a tātou. Ia a tā au I kite I te atua aka ngā teitei me karera aka rā rangi. Ko te taku pauanga no te atua aka ngā teitei me karera aka rā rangi, ko te urianga no te kupu tua. E rua ia akaranga no te tumu manako, te mea mua aka ngā teitei e pera katoa tire tū. Ko te ngā tumu tōtoa e ako rongo meitaki mai kotou ki aku. Tamata kotou I te aka manako, I te popongi mamai ata, te tukituki, te tōpapa, te tākinga kino, te mamae e te aue. Teia au mamae, te vai nei rā I teia rā. Inara, te runga I a koe e te aunau o teia rā. E te aka māroiro I tō tātou iti tangata, te tomo I roto I teia tū tākina kino. Tō tātou ai tupuna, kua kari mai rātou I tō rātou ngā koutoa I te tere tū, I te tere anga, I te moana nui a kiwa. Ko riro mai rātou e akaranga nā tātou I teia rā. Ko tere mai tō tātou au metua, mei tō rātou enua anō I te kimi I te tai o ranga au. E nara kua tomo atu rātou ki roto I te tākina kino a te kakawamani mā te rāwinga tau kore. Te māroiro I tō tātou iti tangata Polynesia Panthers, ko riro mai rātou e akaranga e te arataki mā te wā tire tū no te uki Amori mai. E mea tau ki aka ngā teitei a rātou ko rātou tō te tamaki atu. Mate tire tū e tika, e mea tau kia akara tau tātou tā rātou I rawe I te tamaki atuanga, e te aka māroira I te o tātou iti tangata tei o ki roto I teia tākina kino kei tupu ki a rātou. Ka aka pēhea rā, kia tuha tau tātou. Mā te aka kite ki a rātou I tō tātou karape, I roto I te ngai a nganga teitei e pera katoa, I te tūranga api I teitei. Ka rauka I a tātou I te au tūranga teitei, e te aka kite anga ki teia kawamani I tō tātou tū karape. Kia koto akarongo mai nei, kare mai te mea kua rākou I a tātou I te tai iti mai rira, kua rauka I a tātou me te akakite ki teia kawamani I tō tātou tū ngā koutoa e te tire atu. Tūro ki tō tātou ipukarea, tūro ki tā oranga mana, teia mātou te nuku waiho, teia mātou no te akatika. I tā te kawamani I rawe. Kia pukurua vai, kia mokara ka ki. Hai e koko!
Told you the Cook Islanders bring the drums, yeah, and the voice too. Mei taki atu paka, mei taki rā nunui, mei taki maata so much for your speech. Zion, we really appreciate it. A second speech for the day. Nothing much for our brethren from Kukiairani. We're going to go on the boat again. We've been going on the boat a lot. Must get seasickness because now we've gone from the islands of Kukiairani and we're going all the way to Tokelau. So we're going to go to our beautiful brothers and sisters in the Tokelau Islands. and to hear the beautiful language of Ngangana Tokelau. And so I'd like to invite, we're going to come back to Palmerston North Boys High School, and we're going to jump to Rangi TK College with Tanya Wright, who's doing her speech in Ngangana Tokelau.
Malani, ko toko ingoa ko Tanya Wright. Kua hoiolono taku oku tahanga, ko ko matua ko tila malaupena. Ko awe hea mai nuku nono Tokelau. Ko awe tū atu I te ahio tēnei ke hokamaina. He pahina nenehu I te talahaka holopito o Niuean. Nā oihoha ki ngā ina waweau o te 1973. Ko nā oihoha ki ngā ia nei haka hanga tonu ki tangata pahe huika nā oma mai hakili manuia ma ni lumanaki lele mo lātou ma o lātou kai ngā. Kai heki Talia lolima ki lātou kai nā hakahoelaki I ngā lukitau ma te hakailonga tino. Ko nā ohoha ki ngā mahua ini hiuinga ki ngā polihi hoe malanga ki ngā I te kamatanga o ngā vaitahanga o te 1970 nā hoitu ke taketi ai ia tangata uluhale he alo kia mā tangata kua o wana ahio hakatapua. Thank you.
We'll just take this time for a quick break. You're welcome in. Please come and sit down. Just to re-emphasize the courage it takes. Though I seem quite confident, I've actually never had the guts and the confidence to do it in Ngangana Samoa. So I give a big ups to our young people that do it in our mother tongue. I know we can show our love and appreciation for our young people that come and do it in our other languages. But yeah, just especially to those through live stream, it's a hard thing to do. So I give it up to our young people. But we'll have a bit of a breather, bit of a break, and then we'll come back and attack it to finish it off for the rest of the day. We'll give it about 2 minutes, Malo. Before we carry on, big haka he tai to Tanya. We thank you and your skills and your courage to get up here. Again, I couldn't do it myself. And just know that, it's beautiful. Tokelau is at the significance of having ngana Tokelau, particularly it's labeled as one of the endangered languages in the world. And so to have it here in this platform and to have our young people bring it to the space is really important. So, any effort there is to revitalize and bring our ngana Tokelau to this space is well appreciated. So thank you so much to Tanya and her ainga for being here with us and for bringing Tokelau to the space. We're going to carry on back to our brother here who's been holding it down for Palmerston North Boys High School since the beginning of time. To hold the mantle and carry us on the journey, I'd like to bring onto stage Jericho Roach. Malo.
Talofalava, malo lelei, whakaloflai atu, and kia orana. Today, we gather to reflect on a chapter of history that is not only a part of our past, but serves as an important reminder of the struggles that endured by communities within our nation. The dawn raids of the 1970s represent a dark time in New Zealand's history, one marked by fear and the erosion of trust between the state and its people. The dawn raids were not just a series of enforcement actions. They were a betrayal of the truth of equality and dignity, targeting Pacific Island communities under the form of immigration control. These raids tore families apart, put fear in innocent individuals, and left lasting scars on our people. It is essential that we acknowledge the pain and suffering caused by these actions. We must confront the sad truths of our past and recognize the racism of the dawn raids. Today, we commit to adding those voices and ensuring that their experiences are never ever forgotten. As we look back in the closing, let us all remember that the true reconciliation requires both remembrance and action. May the lessons of these dawn raids inspire us to strive for justice in all aspects of our life, now and for generations to come. Thank you.
Perfect. Jericho, and just a big whaamalo atu to Palmerston North Boys High School for bringing their talents. And now that we've finished with that school, we move on to our final school to wrap us up. Again, Tanya started it off for us, and now we have the Beale family that are going to bring two of their beautiful talents to wrap up our speeches for today. If I can have Denise to come and share with us her speech on the dawn raids experience.
Tala Falava. My name is Niuean. Hope you enjoy my speech. Okay. Up, down, sideways, backwards. As we navigate our way through the riches and wonders of the earth, as families are formed, multiplied, and united in communities, as we set out into new environments in hopes for a chance to be successful. My people, which direction is the best way forward? For generations, our pursuits, aspirations, and ambitions have been met with ridicule and scorn from society, a relentless stream of criticism and doubt that has tried to eliminate our confidence and abilities. Through colonization, discrimination, subjugation, racism, our people have come so far. But today we reflect and honor those impacted by a pivotal moment in our Pacific history, acknowledging the significance and lasting effects of this event on our community. The dawn raids. I remember a time when I experienced a lot of self-doubt. First time in a new country, with new people, and a whole new language to learn. I struggled to find a space, or rather, that feeling of belonging. As a small child, I often questioned my parents' decision for a better life, thinking back to my beautiful island where mangoes tasted like mangoes. However, as days turned into months and months into years, I started to realize the meaning of their sacrifice for a better education, for your future. I'm sure we've all heard this before. And although it means well, it also comes with pressure. This brings me back to our topic. Believing that this land of milk and honey can be the start of a better life, many of our people stayed silent, hoping to fit into their new surroundings. This did not last long as they quickly realized they were living a harsh reality. Pacific groups like the Polynesian Panthers, despite judgment, began their journey to seek their own paths. It was a time of oppression as well as awakening for our people, as we stood our ground, stating enough was enough. Pressure is nothing when your heart and mind is fixed on the right picture. You see, I finally understood that it isn't the feeling of belonging, but the courage to express my authentic self without shame or fear. In schools, work, KFC, take a leap of faith and be a good example for our current and future generations. Simple things like speaking in your native tongue or wearing a lava can be uplifting for an individual. When searching for a path to take, let us draw inspiration from the unwavering courage and resilience of those who came before us. Let it be known to the world that we are no longer hiding. We are more than capable of writing our own stories, unbothered by the color of our skin, showcasing the values and traditions from within. Let's take the path which celebrates and honors who we are. As we dance and sing, know that every action is important as it carries our identity. I wish you all the best. God bless.
Whaafetaite, love it, Denise. Well, that brings us to our last speaker for today. And you just had to mention KFC and everyone's eyes were flashing wide. We're trying to do our Suni 5 hard challenge. But we've got our final speaker. We're from the Pio family as well. So if we can all give a warm clap for Marianne Pio. Mahalo.
Tyler Falava, my name is Marianne. How can we dream of what the future holds as we hold a grudge on what happened in the past? The future is an unknown that we predict. To look to the future, we reflect back on the past, for that is where the seeds of our genesis were planted. As the river flows, it is disturbed by the roughness of rocks and boulders that are met along the way. However, it stays connected amongst the midst of destruction as it continues its journey. Racism. Racism is a big boulder our Pasifika community faced during the Dawn Raid period. Verbal turned into physical as our people were constantly discriminated and victimized for overstaying in a country they don't belong. The color of our skin became a threat to the judgmental society as it devalued our self-worth and possibilities. Day by day, our brown identity slowly start to dissolve in the ways of society. Our voices were overpowered by these blasphemies, said by a culturalist community. However, our people decided it was time for a change. Just like the river, united together, they stood their ground. Under the pressure of society norms and rules, our people were stabilized with an idea that they were paving the way for future generations. Organizations such as the Black Panthers were established during this time of oppression, thriving and persevering, providing our people with opportunities for their voices to be heard. This leads me to question, what if the Dawn Raids never happened? Our culture demolished, colonized, subjugated, lost in the ways of the judgmental society. These systems with values seemed into our pockets. Our voices unheard, our language, our mother tongue unspoken, a life with no meaning. Dawn Raids became our victory in disguise. It opened the eyes of our people to see and realize the harm and pain being caused, to gain the courage to speak for what is right, being able to express our culture without hesitation, to ensure that this will never happen again. As a Pasifika youth, we must seek motivation and influence from our courageous and empowering ancestors who came before us, to carry on and live on their legacy, which has been entrusted into our hands. Let us explore the pathways that reflect and honor the actions of those who fought for our rights as Pasifika people, such as dancing, singing, speaking in our language, embracing every part of our culture. And like a river, our journey shall continue to flow forwards, united as one, and to never look back. Thank you. God bless.
Mahalo, love Marianne. Well, that brings an end to our speeches for day one of this part of Pasifika Fusion. I know for those that are on live stream and those that have left, but even those that are here, thank you so much for supporting our young people. Again, they are our present and our future. And so we just appreciate everyone for turning up and supporting them like a village does. And we look forward to hopefully seeing them take on the mantle of emceeing the festival in the coming years, because they definitely have the skills to do so. So a big whaafitai lava, haka he tai, vinaka waka levu, whakaaue lahi. Thank you too much, and enjoy the rest of the festival, and we'll see you tomorrow. Mahalo lava.